Hi! Happy time zone, everybody. I hope you've been having a good week. Somehow I find myself sitting here in June. June! It's disgusting, really. I don't really know what that's about. But yeah, let's get straight into it, shall we? Got some Pokemon to make today. I have finished off Blastoise and Kabuto before we go too far. I have finished those two. Move my glass out of frame. So I can show you them today. Sorry, that thought came from really long far away. It's May for one more hour. Okay, well you enjoy you excuse you. You enjoy your final hour of May. We'll all be here living in June. Who are you pinching and punching? Anyway, so let's start off with Strudelbun, the Kabuto, who looks just like perpetually worried, honestly. He's got the shaping on his shell, so he can scuttle appropriately. But yeah, he kind of looks very worried at all times. So there is our little Strudelbun. Best name. That is the most fun name I think we've given to say. Strudelbun, just like, it's very fun. You've got 4 more hours of May. And now we have Aramis Spritz. And I told you guys 2 weeks ago that he would come together in the editing, and I like to think that I was correct, because he was looking pretty dang goofy for a bit there. But this is how he turned out. Like, don't get me wrong, he still kind of wants uppies, but he's back. He's got a little tail. I did have to sneak a little weight into that middle section of the shell to help him stand up a little bit, because he was a little bit tilted forward because of the way the shell was. But, and he likes to, grab the Strudelbun because he's nervous. They both are. I don't know what they're both looking at, but I don't think they're having a good day. So yeah, that is Blastoise and Kabuto all done and dusted. Now, of course, we have just 23 Pokemon to go for Gen 1. And we've made 196 overall, which is so many, but we'll be cruising past that 200 mark pretty soon. No, I'm so glad you guys like him. Excuse me, I'm just going to take a sip of water. A little bit dusty this morning. Strudelbun does have a little bit of Mothman energy. I agree with that. That's kind of what it is. Alrighty, let us get into today's first poll so we can kick it off, because I have good intentions today, but I don't know how far they're going to carry us. So, here we have a selection of 5 lovely colours, well, 4 lovely colours and a boring colour. This selection today is Mr. Bones' picks. It is Mr. Bones' birthday week, as you know. Happy birthday to everybody who has a birthday either today or in 3 days in either direction. This is your birthday week. Well, it's Mr. Bones' birthday week. And he needs his emotional support strudel. Don't we all? I know I could go for some emotional support strudel. Awakens from his millennia-long sleep to discover we have lamps. So anyway, let us get this poll started. For anybody catching their first live, I know that doesn't really happen very often, but for anyone catching their first live, there are 5 options on the screen, but you'll only get to pick between 1, 2, 3, and 4 today, or for first up. And then we make one of those, and then we come back and we use the other 4 options in the second poll. YouTube only allows us to have 4 options in a poll. So that's just what's happening there. The colours of the squares are taken directly from the Pokemon behind the door, as we call it. And you will get to see what's behind every single door before the end of the stream. We do it right at the end, but we believe in closure. Alright, so there we go. Poll is now started. Yeah, no pressure, Mr. Bones. I think they might want you to pick the colours today. But that's okay. Everybody, you gotta pick your own colours. That's just how this works. Ooh. Well, while you do that, I have to just duck out and grab my notebook, because otherwise I ain't writing these patterns down. Hold on. Hope you're all making good choices. Oh, okay, I'm seeing a lot of people pitching for yellow. That's interesting. Oh, I'm seeing some orange. We're down to... Oh, I didn't turn my camera back on. Hold on. There we go. Proof I'm still here. Yeah, we're running out of Pokemon at this point, which means that, like, they're probably getting pretty easy to guess, which is why recently we've been trying to do a few different things when it comes to these guessing games. But today we're just returning to the classic. Pick a colour, any colour, and we'll see what we can do with it. You save making good choices for work. Oh, okay, so you only make good choices when you're paid to? That's fair enough. It's like, if you want me to make good choices, you better be paying. Yeah, good for you. Yeah, Mr. Bones just experienced me as a time traveller. Oh, Nibbledrake, please pat your dog for me. They ran headfirst into a glass door, and that's a very confronting experience for a dog who doesn't really understand the concept of glass. It's just like where there is a doorway, suddenly there was no door. Yeah, how are we doing? Oh, wow. Wow, it is a tight race today. He's fine, just stupid. I don't... Okay, every so often I encounter a sentence that I really want to put on a shirt. And, I'm fine, just stupid. Might be up there today. Come on, Boring Colour Brigade and Purple Menace got their field day last weekend. Fun colours. That's true, we got lots of fun colours for you today. I tried to put some very pretty ones together on screen and a nice blue background so that they pop. But it's up to you guys, really. He's been fine with it for a couple of weeks. I don't know why today was different. Today there was more immediacy to the door. Anyway, I'm glad your dog is okay. Alrighty, well, even though this poll is very, very close, I think we might have to close it off. It's been running for a few minutes. I don't think it's getting any closer. So let's see what you guys picked. Purple Menace is still recovering from their crushing loss in the BCB versus PM battle last week. Did Boring Colours lose? No, Boring Colour won. Yeah, that's right. Anyway, okay, so see how close these poll results are, right? We have door 1 at 27%, door 2 at 26%, door 4 at 25%, and door 3 at 19%. So the only thing we all agree on is that purple doesn't win. Which is very funny. I feel like you guys are onto me at how sometimes I try to, like, manipulate outcomes by chucking a purple in there. You want to make that as a t-shirt as well? Okay, that's it. I'm voting for orange next time. Fair enough. But in this case, even if it was by just 1%, door number 1, let us reveal who we are making first. Now, I have a suspicion. It's not so much a suspicion as I'm pretty sure that a lot of you remember who Mr. Bones' favourite Pokemon is, and that is why you wanted to pick this one here. So, there we go. You guys picked Graveler, completing that line. He is the final Pokemon in that line, though I suppose that's basically true of any, literally any Pokemon you pick at this point. Oh no, wait, there's one exception. I will not mention who, but there is one exception to that rule. There is one Pokemon we can make that does not complete their line for us. But anyway, we're going to start the day off with Graveler. He is our 129th Pokemon. Let's change over to the screen. Hello. Let's do all the things. Let's turn a sprite on. Oh, hello. Stop attacking chat. There we go. Oh, some people were really worried that my Primeape wasn't fuzzy last week. Mr. Bones has had at it with a brush. It's fluffy now. Or at least fuzzy. It's fuzzy now. What am I looking for? Who did you guys just pick? Graveler. You picked Graveler. There he is. Hello. I don't know. He kind of feels like he wants to loom. I will let him loom. He can loom up there, maybe. There's a pretty good chance it's going to cover what I'm doing. I'll put him back where he goes, but know that the spirit and the intention is to have him further up later. And we need to update our counter, because we do that at the start now, not the end. And here's our 129th Woo! Okay. Right. I have the live stream channel open, ready for some butt pics, as we call them, but what we mean is reference images. What is the next pattern going to be on my channel, CK? You'll know as soon as I do. Okay, this guy, I had forgotten how many limbs he had. I was just like, oh, he's a ball. It'll be fine. We'll have a ball. Ha 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 ha. Where's the face on this fellow? It seems to be fairly central. Got a little mouth happening. And he's very knobbly, right? He's kind of cratered like the moon. I'm feeling a lot of pressure to get this guy right. For obvious reasons. I do think we give him safety eyes because it's going to make him super fun. And then he's got his little hair beret because he's all pretty. Then he's just got all these limbs, so he's got these two little arms that kind of wrap around him this way. And we might be giving him the mitten treatment, I haven't decided yet. And he's got these little feet. Have to work out what tilt those are supposed to be on, and then he's got these giant fiendish grabbers. Oh, okay, and he only has 3 fingers, so that's helpful. Kind of feels like a Machamp egg. Well, that's an approximation, and then we just need to like take him and make him kind of lumpy. Oof, all those lumps are going to be annoying, but we love him, so we're going to do him properly. Sleeping Graveler, no toe beans. Okay, no toe beans for the Graveler, good to know. I will say though, those back feet fully qualify as paws in my opinion because they're shaped like this. That's not a claw or a foot, that's a paw. Graveler is canonically a cat. Okay. I don't know how I feel about this. His anatomy is a little confusing. Just do a little profile pic here. Okay, so he has his like 2 arms there, and then his other ones are like here. And then his little feet come out the bottom, just like little stubs. And his face is like centered here. Okay, that's not so bad. And then his craters are quite large, actually. I'm trying to work out if they're a stitched in detail or a stitched on detail. Because like stitched in details are easier to replicate, but they are harder to position. Stitched on details are harder to replicate, but easier to position. It's like I should make him a little bit more cat-like just by giving him the little lip. I'm not saying we're going to, I'm just saying I can. Oh, we're gonna have to use a different pen today because my other pen is somewhere else doing pen things. It's funny, I have so many pens, but I have that favorite pen and that favorite pencil, which is why it's this big now, that just sort of have to migrate around the house with me. I don't care if I have 15 pencils. That is the only good pencil. Until I find a different pencil that I like. So I'm afraid my outlines are not going to be quite as juicy as usual today. I'm just going to kind of make him vaguely lumpy and work out what to do regarding that when we're making him. He's grey, right? Or do we think that's beige? So you know what? I already know the answer. That's the colour he is. Look at that. Look, that's obnoxiously accurate. fine. He's this colour. He's beige. It's funny because when I think of him, I always think grey. Giving him anonymous little square lumpies. There he is. Mischief Ball. If he was to wear a tie, where would it be? Well, if he happened to be a business graveler, I'd say the tie would go around here. Which is funny because his belt would have to go around here. Yeah, he beige. A little beige boy. So, okay, we've got a ball that we have to make. That's the non-negotiable here. He lumpy. Got to make a decision on the lumps. They do look like craters though, so they do feel like they're separate pieces that I potentially make, and so on, like little magic rings, that sort of thing. And I'm happy to put that kind of detail into him. We did it for Gollum with his different stones, and also it's Mr. Bones' favourite. I want it to turn out nice. So we'll need that piece. We'll need some feet, which are very solid little lumps of things, from what I can see here. It's a side view. And then, like, that's the foot from below. Maybe a little longer. Those stubbier toes. Okay, cool. We'll probably put a weight in each of those. Then we've just got basically a bunch of arms. The face details we might build up in some layers, like with a top lip, which would just be a little square piece. And we could have a little, like, crescent pink piece underneath. Give him that little like, wah face, right? Oh, there's a name list already. Gravel Purr, Greige, and Beige Boy. Mr. Bones does technically have dibs, but if he chooses to let you guys participate, that's on him. I think he's going to, right, honey? I'll get you to confirm. Maybe he has the, like, I mean, he already kind of has veto power, but, like, he has, like, extra ultra special veto power today if he doesn't like a name. Wait, I want to know the first part of that. Call him Huggums because he's got 4 arms and can hug you like the goodest pet rock. He would be a very good pet rock. He does feel like he's going to just, like, I don't think he's a sit in your lap. Oh, maybe he's a little sit in your lap. But, like, he's definitely, like, he's very happy to be a footrest, you know? You've come home from a hard day and you're sitting in a chair of some variety. That's an arm. That's an arm. Can't draw people. Can draw pretty much, I can approximate everything else, but, like, people not so much. And, like, you're here and your little feet are tired and they're up on Graveler, who's really happy to help. He might be even giving you a little foot rub. That's not translating on screen, but it's adorable. And you're happy too, because you have such a good little pet rock. There. Cool. All right, let's get this, let's, like, actually get started, shall we? Graveler. We have the only yarn color we'll really need, except for maybe a little bit of pink inside the mouth, should we want it. Right, okay, cool. So now we just have to find our hook. There it is. Yeah, he has happy energy, I think, Graveler. So I think we'll just start by making a ball, right? This makes sense to me. It's going to make the rest of our decisions for us anyway. There's a non-zero chance he's going to end up mega-potted, but there's also a pretty good chance he's going to end up mini-potted. We never really know until after I've made a piece. Hi. Oh, do you want to see the little guy?
Just slide the microphone off the monitor.
Oh. Did I bump it? Don't know what's going on here. Business Graveler is Mr. Quarry. Mr. Slate like the boss from Flintstone. Business Graveler. Why are we naming Business Graveler? He looks like Danny DeVito too. Ooh. That man cops a lot for all that he's extremely successful in his chosen field. Rolling Stone. I am just going to check real quick to make sure that we don't have an entry in the Pokédex sheet that I keep for a name. But even if we did, it would just be one of the potential options, not overruling anyone. We changed that rule. What number are you? There you are. Nope, definitely no name. Yet. Huh, his body type is biped, no tail. So that confirms that. He has no toe beans and no tail. Ah yes, business rock. Business. We could name him Sisyphus. You reckon he's still trying to climb that hill? I don't know. We can call him Sisyphus if he starts like being painful to make. This does, however, cross off. Like, we're not doing that. That's not the goal of today. But I think this actually puts Boring Color Brigade back in the lead. Or even further in the lead? No, even further in the lead. Of getting all of their Pokemon done before the purples. I'm kind of, like, it's not an official thing, but we are kind of racing you guys just to see who finishes all their Pokemon first. But it's not really a fair competition because I'm not really, like, making sure there's even representation. I'm pretty much using, like, it's hard to avoid a lot of the boring color ones. They have to come up, and purples, I tend to sprinkle them through pretty liberally as well because I like purple. It's a good color. So, yeah, but I'm not really keeping track that we're doing it evenly. So it's not really a fair competition, but still, Boring Color Brigade is winning. It's Southern lawyer. I say this here man is guilty. It's my best impression. It's not a good one. And now it's out there on the internet, and there's not really a whole lot I can do about it, so let's all just move on. You reckon he's a business rock? What kind of business would Graveler be into? 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Because, like, I feel like he runs, like, a medium-sized landscaping corporation of some kind. Kind of like if he was the king of Jim's mowing, but, like, to a different degree. Let's see, Magic Ring 6 increases. We're just taking a little note-taking break, because I didn't write anything down yet. There we go. So that's 18 around. I think he's going to be at least 30 around. But we're going to make him round, not... We're not going to make him a puck, like we did with Primeape last week. As fun as that was. So we'll go up to 24, and then I will smooth his transition into a round ball. But we're going to start using a stitch marker. You're super far behind on the making of your Crochetdex? Wrong. You're exactly where your Crochetdex is supposed to be up to. It's just Crochetdexes take a lot of time to do. It's like, yeah, I am not a benchmark, and the person who came before me is not my benchmark. I have done more work on my Crochetdex today than I had done yesterday. Therefore, I am ahead. Business Graveler runs a quarry. I wondered about that, but I thought it was a little on the nose. Baldy is a cute name, because Baldy is such a chill fella in Hades. Did enjoy that game. I have the second one. Haven't played it yet. I think I'm waiting for full release. He runs a scissor company. Rock beats scissors. He's really afraid of his paperwork, though. It's becoming a problem. I do think the idea of him playing with like a little bag of marbles is really enchanting, though, so maybe he runs a toy company. He seems like a gentle spirit, you know? You also have the second one, haven't played it yet? Yeah. It's like, I have it there. I'm super excited for it. I'm keen for it. I really liked the first one. I played many hours of it. Even finished it, which is not something, you know, normally I'm not good enough to finish things. I just have fun with them while I can. But yeah. For some reason, I'm feeling hesitant to start that one. I got it as like a birthday present, so I've had it for months. Do you think he likes those chocolate rocks? In the same way that people like to eat gingerbread men. So it's not weird. Okay. Current name list. Gravelpur, Grage, Beige Boy, Huggums, and Mr. Quarry. Good names, good names. Oh, Bowling Alley. I like that one. That's fun. Malachite. Yeah, Malachite's a good name. Is he shiny green? If his shiny was green, you could name him Malachite. I would allow it. Otherwise, Malachite is kind of just asbestos, which is bad. Stanley means Rockfield. Oh, I did not know that Stanley meant Rockfield. Your husband in Hey or Dungeon Caller Carl. Yes. Okay, yeah. Look, I'm not normally a big fan of audiobooks, right? Here we go. My Dungeon Caller Carl spiel. You triggered it. The Sound Booth Theatre, not the big theatrical release one, but there's this other version where it's just Jeff Hayes reading the book spectacularly well. Sold me on the concept of audiobooks. I've never been able to find one I can just listen to. I think I prefer the audiobooks to the reading experience. And that's saying a lot because I've read like 70 books this year. Like, I read. I go through like fits of being like a really intense reader. Nothing I'm going to wreck to anybody, but like the audiobooks of Dungeon Crawler Carl are just spectacular. Just do it. Just do it for yourselves. Like, it's becoming a big thing now. This isn't just like some weird little internet recommendation now. It's like, no, this is a real legitimate thing. The books are everywhere. The guy, Matt Dinnerman, is just doing so well for himself right now. It's amazing. And he's very prolific as a writer. He literally posts new chapters on his Patreon all the time. He's been pumping out these. He's working on book 8. This only started coming out around the same time as I started this channel. So like in 2020. Like, incredible. He's just, yes, do the thing. Support the guy. Yes, this is Mr. Bones' favourite Pokemon. Boulder hat for Gentle Rock. You've been pimping Carl on your main Discord server. Got like 4 people starting the series. Yeah, I got it put into my hometown's library, and so I've spread it that way. It's a good way to do it. Now he just needs to really like land it. I trust him though. He's like, I have trust issues when it comes to authors. I reckon he'll do okay. I'm a little nervous because he also writes some pretty bleak horror, and that's not my cup of tea, and I'm pretty nervous about how he's going to end this series, but I've been trusting the process so far, and he has never let me down. So he even manages to take tropes that I'm really bored with and make them very entertaining, and so yeah, he gets a lot of Benny of the Doubt from me. Excellent. Have I read the Throne of Glass series by Sarah J. Maas? No, I have not. But wait, is she the one who wrote Akatar? Right? Court of Thorn and Roses? Because I didn't really care for those. I got like halfway through the second one. And I don't want to yuck people's yum. It just was all a little too familiar for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you're into fairy tale type fantasy though, read Juliet Marillia. Oh my goodness. Seven Waters trilogy, though there are some trigger warnings there if you're sensitive to certain things, but that's based on what's the name of this? It's the one with the princess whose brothers are turned into swans. That's what it's based on, that first one. I can't remember the name of the original tale now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But yes, that's my rec if you're into that sort of thing. As long as nothing bad happens to Donut. Well, whilst I would argue that lots of bad things have happened to Donut. But we want to keep the chat spoiler free because I intend to keep recommending this book forever. Throne of Glass is better? Okay, well that's good to know because like her writing style was good, was fine. I'm very aware when I don't like to talk about when I don't like something that I know is very popular. Not only because I don't want to like activate a fan base or anything like that, but also it's just like, just because I didn't like it doesn't mean it's bad, you know? It just means it wasn't for me, but it was for many other people and they should not feel like I am judging them or whatever. It's like, yeah, no, that one wasn't for me. But yeah, cool. I actually have heard really good things about Throne of Glass, but I've been staying away from it because I didn't care for the other one. So good to know that they're very different. Hi, Nikki. You've been really enjoying Hunter's Code by Yuri Vinukurov? Hunter's Code. That's familiar. I don't know what that is. Hunter's Code. I must have heard about it somewhere. Throne of Glass is definitely better. Okay, good. All right, cool. I will take that rec then. Thank you. No, I'm even going to write that one down. Throne of Glass. Honestly, it's been a while since I've reread some of my old favourites. Like, I really want to go back and reread through the back catalogue of David Eddings again. Because, His stuff is great. I love his Sparhawk books, and I'm very curious. It's been about a decade since I've read them, but I've got them on my shelf. But like, it's been about a decade, and so I'm really curious to know how they hold up. But like those old masters, they tend to kind of hold up. Throne of Glass sounds cold and uncomfortable, which is funny because the book I'm talking about right now is called The Diamond Throne. That was Juliet Marilia, the author I was talking about. If you're into like that sort of like high fantasy based on a fairy tale type of thing, but again, trigger warnings weren't a thing when this book came out. There is a pretty, yeah, just do your research if you have certain sensitivities. But in general, it's a very mild. I don't know how to describe this. I was not personally impacted by this, but I can see how some people might be. It deals with SA, but that's all we'll say on that, and it's very brief, and it's a fantasy book. Yeah, anyway, moving right along. CK, Blood Over Bright Haven, and it's a standalone. Belgariad reads Malorian reads reread. Great. Yeah, I like his Sparhawk ones. I'm trying to remember what they're called. I think they're just literally, is the first block literally just the Diamond Throne and the second block is the Tamali, right? Or is that the Belgariad? No, the Belgariad's Pawn of Prophecy. That's a different series. Are we at a point where Gen 1 Pokemon lines get completed with each Pokemon now? Almost. I was actually just saying that earlier, is that I think there's one line left where there's a Pokemon to make. There's still 2 Pokemon left in the line. Yeah. It's 27, and then we'll do, sorry, mathing. Then we'll do 4 increase and 4. Goes up to 30. Cool. Yeah, I want to go back and reread The Hunger Games. Because, like, I binged the first 2 in a night when I was locked out of my house. Sorry, just like out of context, the facts of this case sound a bit crazy. Yeah, I was crashing on somebody's couch because I was locked out of my house, and I was a bit agitated about the whole thing. So I binge read the first 2 Hunger Games books in an evening, and I want to go back and maybe spend a little bit more time absorbing the material. No, you're fine, Nikki. Repeating myself is part of the process. I wasn't implying otherwise. One thing I will say about Eddings, though, is that I do feel like he writes the same, like, he has his various stories, right? But I think that the collection of characters he brings together in each story are basically the same collection of characters in each story, but and like the story he's telling is basically the same story. But I will also add that it's a great story with a great group of characters, and so I don't tend to mind that he's bringing the same ones together. And if I don't have time to read all 6 books in the, I'm just going to keep calling them the Sparhawk books because I can't remember the name of the series anymore. If I don't have time to read all 6 of those, I literally just read The Redemption of Alphalus. I love the way he plays with like time and space in that one there. Which is funny because it's high fantasy. Hunger Games is your favorite trilogy? Yeah, like it's funny. It's because it's obviously does the rounds on social media every time like a new movie, TV show, whatever it is that's going on comes out. But it's piqued my interest again, just watching some people talk about it, and I feel like sometimes media needs to be a shared experience for you to get like a proper appreciation for what it is you're reading / watching. But I am more of a reader. I barely get through the books I have, let alone reread them. Well, see, I don't like introducing new things into the rotation. I have the books that I like to read, and I like to know that I'm going, like, if I have time to read something, I want to make sure that I'm getting the experience that I want to get from reading it, and I find that new things are bad in general. Sometimes good things get through. That's why my Dungeon Crawler Carl recommendation carries so much weight, in my opinion. It's because it's a new thing that got through, that breaks all of my rules about starting new things. Because I started something new that was not yet finished, and I did it anyway, and that's a very irresponsible choice to make when you're a reader. But I did it, and I do not regret it, and so I think you should all do it too. Keeping in mind that I think I started when there was only 3 books and no guarantee of it ever being finished. Whereas, like, I think we're pretty guaranteed a finishing point at this stage. someone asked me to make a quiet playset. How many pieces would you put in it? It has to be in a little bag. I'm not fully clear on what a quiet... Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, quiet playset. It's like, is that like a bag of toys for like a baby or something? Just like, I get the crochet toys wouldn't make noise inherently. I'd say it has to be an odd number. Odd numbers always feel like better value. So, depending on the size of them. Maybe 2 big ones and 3 little ones or something like that. Based on the information I have at hand. Sunrise on the Reaping was amazing. I want to reread The Hunger Games again now. See, I'm troubled by that sort of thing. Like, not because I think it's going to be bad. It's probably excellent. In my experience, people who are, like, writers get better the more books they write. That's just... Anyone gets better the more they do something. I have a strong distaste for, like, prequels that come out after the main series has, like, happened. Because, I suffer from, like, what's the point-ism. Like, okay, my go-to example for this has to be, you guys, there'd be some Mummy fans in the chat, right? The Mummy, the movie, Brendan Fraser, you know. Well, one of the sequels to that, it features a character played by Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson called the Scorpion King, right?
No, you must not read from the book.
There's gonna be spoilers for this, but the movie's been out for like 20 years, so I think I'm okay. So the Scorpion King has been locked in eternal servitude and then gets eventually killed and freed during the Mummy series, right? That's my vague recollection of what happens. He looks very much like plasticine. The graphics do not hold up on that particular character, but we forgive it because of the whole thing, right? Then they made a Scorpion King movie, and who cares? It's the story of how he ended up in that situation, or it's a story of something that happened before he ended up in that situation, but when you know how his story ends, it's kind of like like the good things are tainted by it, and anything bad he does is also tainted by it. And it's just like the end of that story does not matter because we've already been served a different happily ever after. I don't know. It's probably just a me thing. It's really nice to have at least one reliable favourite book series or author to revisit when you need a little brain quieting. Exactly. A bag of toys for a child in church. Oh, okay. Okay, so it's a specific thing. Yeah. Well, first of all, I think crochet toys are a great option for that. Quiet, they won't clatter or anything when dropped, but yeah. I'd say an odd number unless you had a specific theme. The Lord of the Rings was published before The Hobbit was. True. But, okay, I want to preface this again as well, because like with Tamora Pierce, she has her Turtle books, right? But then like set so far in the past, we have the Becca Cooper books. Now, the Becca Cooper books, I've read most of them. I intended to read all of them, I got distracted, but they're very good. They're a bit of a departure from the Turtle stuff, but like, they're very good. I don't mind that as a prequel. That's different. Whereas like, I feel absolutely no interest in reading, I'm going to say his name weird, brace yourself. There's like a Numair prequel before like the Wild Magic series, and I have no interest in reading that because it's about a character we already have, we've had their story. It's just, this is just kind of bolting stuff onto it, and I love Tamora Pierce. But like the Becca Cooper books would technically are a prequel to The Realm, and I believe she's technically an ancestor to one of our main characters from Turtle, but that's fine. It's a completely separate thing. So to me like, yeah, I have to look into those Hunger Game ones, is the end of that rant, because like, I believe those Hunger Game ones are set far enough back that it doesn't count, it doesn't activate my no prequels rules. The first phase of Skullduggery, Pleasant. Oh, I remember reading that first one. I think the first one came out when I was working at a bookstore, but my timelines might be wrong. Oh yeah, The Hobbit... The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings don't count, is what I'm getting at there. Is I feel like that the... Certain exceptions have to be made to every rule, hence the Dungeon Crawler Carl being started before it was being finished written. Certain things are allowed to violate the prequel rule. Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, yeah. I feel like while The Hobbit does set up some elements of Lord of the Rings, it's so minor. It's really minor. And also, I would say that The Hobbit is way more for children. So they're almost like different genres. Discworld's a strong one. I always wanted to read Terry Pratchett, but for some reason I just sort of never managed to get my mitts on it. I always intended to go back and try. You love the Becca Cooper books? Yeah, I keep meaning to go and find the last one. I swear I had it in my clutches and then I just got distracted and I don't know if other people are like this, but like, I fixate on a hobby for a little bit, and then I'll do it really intensely, and then I just won't do it for like months to years at a time. And the Becca Cooper books fell right at the end of, not my most recent reading thing, but like the one before that. And unfortunately, I fell off of reading just before I finished the book, which is weird because normally if I start a book, I finish it in a single sitting because I can't handle not knowing how it ends. How much you should charge for it? Depends on so many things. You love Cassandra Clare because all her books take place in the same universe but at different times with different characters. I remember Cassandra Clare. So I grew up during the height of like, well, what I considered the height of fanfiction. It's probably not the height of fanfiction, but it was like the first big wave of it to go through. Her and her Harry Potter fanfiction. I remember being in like the courtyard at my high school with some of my friends having like printed out pages of her fanfic so that they could read it over lunch. It was really cool to watch her like transition into like mainstream author success, which makes sense because fanfic is literally just writing practice. You're leaning on IP from other people, and that's good practice tools, you know, like you're flexing a different set of muscles. It's kind of like me sitting here making Pokemon. It's flexing and helping me train my shape making and that kind of thing. But in order for like, and then I've got my own designs where I have to like design the shapes them, like actually like come up with what they're supposed to look like as well. And that's a different set of training. Rowan of Rin is your comfort series. Hold on, Fluffy Chomper. I've got something that I want to show you. Hold on 1 second. I'm coming back. I just got overexcited. Isn't it pretty? Yeah, I'm a fan. This is all of them in a beautiful big hardcover. Oh, there's stuff in it. Hold on. Just because, look at that. Pretty. Anyway, sorry, I very rarely get to show that particular one off because people don't really know this one. It is destined to go to one of my nibblings, who I am trying to turn into a reader, but they are 2 years old at the moment, so we're not quite here yet. Soon though. Would I ever write a book? I always wanted to, but I have been informed that I'm not a very good writer. We all have our strengths. Wait, does Heather feel abandoned? Heather, it's okay, I came back. What was the name of the high fantasy book based on the girl whose brothers turned into swans? That is Daughter of the Forest by Juliet Marillier, and she is a Perth author, I believe. Which is always just a very exciting thing, but do not let that delegitimize her or in any way, shape or form. Her books are amazing. Becca is your favourite. There's a special treat of a short story from the perspective of Dane's juvenile dragon ward. Oh, I've seen that one. I have a bunch of hardcovers for Tamora Pierce as well. My controversial opinion here is that I think Tamora Pierce's Circle of Magic and the Circle Open series don't get enough love. I actually think it's ridiculous that I literally can't get decent copies of those books because like I'm a librarian. No, I'm a collector, you know, like I love the Rowan of Rin series. I have a lot of really good connections to the story there. And so I've managed to procure it so I can have it and keep it and read it. I would have loved to do that with the Circle of Magic and the Circle Opens because those books are very special to me. In fact, I actually think they resonated with me harder than the Alana book did. Because like, I was reading these books as they came out. And so like, I read those ones there before the Kell series had even finished, Protector of the Small, though that one is my favourite now, I think. You normally watch the upload of the stream on Sunday while you play Cozy Game, but isn't this Mr. Bones' fave? It is! It's his birthday week! Mr. Bones got to pick him. And so we're making his favourite today. To do a picture book? I don't think so. Yeah, I managed to get copies from the UK because they never released hardcovers, or I don't know if they have now, but they hadn't at the time. Or like compendiums where it's like all 4 books of the series in each one. I've got I think it's called like The Adventure Begins or something, but the Alana series in one, and I've got Wild Magic, which is the Dane stories, in another, and I have The Protector of the Small, which is Kel's. And that one's signed by Tamora Pierce because I met her at a con a couple of years back. It's very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah, no, I like Kel's story the best, I think. There's just something really cool about being absolutely ordinary, but being able to like work hard enough to make yourself into something more than that, you know? But like, yeah, the Circle series, I don't know what it is about it. It's just like I relate to those books. And I know that a lot of it is the fact that I think somebody won't release the rights to them or something. Like Tammy wanted to do something with them or release them further or give them new covers, but like I think one of the publishing houses owns the rights. I don't want to spread misinformation. There's basically some issue with her being able to do anything with those books, which really sucks. But yeah, it just really sucks because they're great books, and honestly they get way better they start good, but like they start very young adult, very suitable for young children, in my opinion, I guess. Well, not young, not like babies, but like, you know, they're not fully realized characters or anything, but they get there. There's some really dark themes in some of the later books. Oh, yep, cool, there we go. We got the information happening. It's all for what the publisher did to the Circle series. She had more books planned for it, but yeah, that's what I mean. Like, there's something going on with the publishing house that it wasn't her choice. But then, like, even Alana was only ever supposed to be 1 book and was supposed to be a little bit more grown up, more adult than it turned out. But they cut it up and turned it into a for kids book, which honestly benefited me in the long run because it meant that I found it. Honestly, I think I started reading that one in year 6, so I would have been about 10 or 11 years old. And I wouldn't have done that. They wouldn't have had it in a primary school library if it was for adults. And so, like, I think it sucks when a publisher tells an author what their creation is and forces changes, but at the same time, I do think I personally benefited from that particular thing, so it's kind of complicated for me. Wait, are teeth bones? Well, teeth have 36 calories in them each. And apparently if you eat, like, not that many human eyeballs, you can get, like, 100 grams of protein in your diet really easily. The Circle series was the first I read by her, and you were hooked. Yeah. No, I totally get that. It was a world where suddenly, like, everything had magic potential, which was very cool. It was very cool. Mr. Bones, are you stirring up the crowd again? Thank you very much. Most of my bones just turned middle-aged. Oh. Have I read the Trickster series? Of course I have. I actually have that one in hardcover too. I forgot about that one when I was listing them. Yeah, no, I always really liked Nawat and Ali. That's another one that I want to reread. It's been a while for me. I want to read it again with... It's interesting to reread them at, like, intervals. So, like, every 10 years I think is a good amount. Because, like, what books I'd read as a teenager they were a completely different experience reading them in my 20s. And a completely different experience reading them again in my 30s. It's kind of like going back and watching certain Disney movies. You find yourself siding with the parents. It happens. You think it won't happen to you. But then suddenly... Daddy, I love him. It's like, no, you don't, young lady. You're 15. Go back to your room. You're just stop it. Stop it. We found out last stream that teeth are not bones. I liked Dane the best the first time I was reading them. Yeah, they're excellent books. I should read more. No, we've just finished reading a whole bunch. It's fine. Let's see. I think we've combed through a lot of my favourites on the shelf there. I'm sure there's a few more that I've forgotten about, which I'm going to feel terrible about later when I go stick my head out there. Bones actually rebuild themselves every couple of years. Isn't it something like 7 years for every cell of the human body to completely replace itself? Even if that's not technically scientifically accurate, I always found it to be a very romantic notion. So Mr. Bones and I are heading into our 8th year together now. We're well into it now, I guess. But, like, yeah, it was just like, there's not a single cell of my body that did not know what it was to exist before we met him, and that was very, I thought that was very nice. The books you read in your teens were proof I wasn't an adult and needed supervision. You should read them, and if you don't like them, that's a good thing. Work out why you don't like them. Uncomfortable thoughts are good thoughts. Well, no, sorry. Uncomfortable thoughts can be healthy thoughts. Uncomfortable thoughts can also be bad thoughts. Must have been after you logged out. Don't know what the origin of that. Oh, something about teeth. Oh my goodness, have you guys ever seen those scans of like sweet little babies, except like their whole skulls are just teeth because all of their adult teeth are already in there? It's actually very unsettling. How big around is Graveler? Are we talking Graveler? He is 30 around. So he's a good size. He's a good size chunky boy, but he shouldn't be so big that he like overshadows, like he won't stick out, you know what I mean? Onyx, there is nothing I can do to make that boy blend in, but he's meant to be huge. So I think that's okay. I think Graveler, well, I know Graveler is bigger than Golem, but that's because I don't love Golem and Mr. Bones loves Graveler. So when we love something, it gets special treatment. It just does. That's what nepotism is. Where was my last row of increases? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 6. Okay. Okay, I have done 6 rows of 30 in the middle so far, which is probably coming up on as many as I'm supposed to do. So I should just be rounding it off underneath now. Maybe. Possibly. One more row. I'm trying to remember the rule of it. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows there. So technically this could be up to 10. It's currently only 6. So if it's 10, it was like down here. That feels big, but we'll do at least one more row. One more row. Hi, Grim Squirrel. He's 1 meter tall, so assuming 80 to 90 centimeters, he would be 251 to 282 centimeters around. Oh, hi, Darcy. It did not take long to get weird this week. Yeah. I didn't sleep super well last night, so I kind of just woke up in a headspace. So now this headspace is your problem. I had intentions. I had intentions today to get through as many as we could handle, but honestly, those intentions are dwindling. So we'll do at least the 2 that we normally do today. But I don't think we've got a super long stream happening. I'm doing great. Oh, thank you, Savvy Banani. Instant almost forgot one of your teachers wants to talk to you. One of your teachers once talked to your mum about the books I was reading because it had very much mature content and I was like 13. Okay. I remember being in year 6 or 7, so again, about 11 or 12. And I read The Diary of Anne Frank, and the library made me get my parents' permission. This is a very vague memory, so like this may not be exactly how it unfolded, but like, yeah, no, I needed parental permission to access that one there, which, you know, in hindsight, I understand that the themes are probably a little intense. The subtext, you know. And the text. Oh no, we don't need to ask if Graveler is meat on the inside. I already know the answer to that one. He's an egg. He's all yolk. He hatches into Machamp. We've decided. This is already agreed upon. Goes down to 27. I'm just writing down my decrease rows real quick so that we can just like pound them on out. 7 single crochet and a decrease. 94. And a single crochet and a decrease and a single crochet. And There we go. What? An egg? Yes, of course an egg. Oh, night, Javel Trades. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you sleep well. 1, 2, 3. Year 7 of high school, you read approximately 330 books. I unofficially worked in my school library after that until you graduated. Let's see. In primary school, I was going through my Anne McCaffrey phase. So I was just devouring anything Pern-based. In hindsight, my dragon obsession is not unsignaled. I can tell where it came from. Oh my, yeah. I remember when the boys in my year at school, it would have been year 10 or 11, discovered Clan of the Cave Bear, and they sat in the back room giggling and pointing. Like, those books at a high school library was wild. For the time. This is before Book Talk was a thing. I very much lost count and was not doing whatever it was I was supposed to be doing. Let's do a row count, shall we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. That's weird. I have 32 stitches in my round. How long has there been 32 stitches in my round? That's not actually possible. Cotton Eye Joe. I would have been reading more Tamora Pierce at that age, but yeah, like the Kel series was only just, I think at that point it was literally only Alana and Dane, and so like that wasn't enough to like keep me occupied, and I was like, I have people in my family, and so like when a new book came out, I had to wait for my mum to read it, my older sister to read it, and then it was my turn. I have the Princess Bride book. I find it hilariously fun to read all the little like notations, because that book was not a book that was just like written. It was like pieced together from scraps, and yeah. There's like all kinds of pieces of information where even the people trying to piece them together don't really know what the intention was. It's very amusing. Oh my. Yeah, Grim Squirrel. I don't even need to know anything but the title of that book, and that seems quite unsettling. I feel like a nerd compared to all of you reading all your high fantasy books. Okay, well, what were you reading? I don't know what to do about the fact that I have 32 stitches. I have no idea how or where that happened. And, I'm not frogging back that far. So we're just going to make it work. But we're going to plan it. So I want to get from 32 down to 27, means I want 5 decreases. And they can start at any point, so let's just call it here. And each one of them uses 2 stitches, which means I have 22 stitches to go, and 5, and they have to be divisible by 5. So we'll place the extra stitches on opposite sides as best we can to just keep that shaping nicely. So it'll be 4 here and 5 here, and I think that adds up, but we'll just do the math real quick. That said, the actual instructions that will be shared will be for the ball that it is supposed to be, not the one that is weirdly 2 stitches too wide, because I don't know where it happened. This is just for me to get us back on track. Yeah, this will work. We had a good agreement with our librarian. They enjoyed our muck-up day. We built a pyramid in their space with the tables and chairs and placed chocolate on the top behind books as thanks. I feel like librarians are just, particularly I mean, probably all librarians, but like particularly the ones who work in schools are just really excited if kids are excited to be reading. At least they always were. Various historical texts about castle life. Well, see, that's cool. Le Morte de Arthur. Is that like King Arthur? I mean, I was a sci-fi fantasy kid. I was. Read Shakespeare all the time. Ooh, interesting. See, that's a different kind of reading right there. I really enjoyed Midsummer's Night. Nights? Where does the S go in that title? Midsummer Night's Dream. There we go. Really enjoyed that one there. That's actually a really interesting read. It's very interesting to see performed, but very interesting read. And it's always funny because like once you have an awareness of Shakespeare, right? It's hard to watch a lot of the movies that were coming out during the 90s and early 2000s. Because every single one of them is just Shakespeare reskinned. Like, I mean, still good stories, but like, yeah. Yeah, is the first actual compilation of King Arthur's stories. That's, sorry, I wanted to confirm that before I was just like, hey, it's the King Arthur stories. Because like it sounded familiar to me. I just wanted to confirm. So that's some pretty high fantasy stuff. That's like the OG. I understand that they're probably a little bit more dry than that. But yeah, 10 Things I Hate About You is just Taming of the Shrew. There's one, I think it's called You Drive Me Crazy. And that is literally Midsummer Night's Dream with the play of Midsummer Night's Dream going on inside it. It's... prefer hearing Shakespeare than reading it? That's fair. Well, 5. I'm trying to remember where I'm up to, but I think I'm doing okay. Wait, I think I read somewhere that they were remaking 10 Things I Hate About You, or doing something with it. A reboot or a TV show or something. Just like, guys, just go back and watch the original movie again. It doesn't need to be remade. Stop it. Leave it alone. Go do something else. Yeah, Lion King is Hamlet, exactly. She's the man, yep. Examples just keep coming because that's just what they are. They are. It is what it is. I don't know what that was, but it is what it was. Your high school librarian ended up giving you the very old and falling apart copy of Sherlock Holmes because a page fell out in your hands and you still have it. Oh. Yeah, that's the problem with reading, and it's part of, I think, why I started like finding ways to make certain audiobooks work, though I'm still real picky about the narrators. It's like I don't think anybody has time to just like sit and do one thing anymore, and reading is one of those things where you have to just be doing that thing. 4, 5. You have to be staring at that piece of paper and hallucinating. That's just like your only option. Whereas like with watching a movie, you can still be like, on your phone or doing things as you're listening to it. And yeah, I just don't think we have time for single focus. Just in general. I just think that's just how that works. Which makes it a real treat when you get to do it. You just need the authors you like to stop being revealed to be problematic. Yeah. Yeah, if I had a nickel for every time it happened, you'd have 3 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice. Oh, thrice. I'm so excited for the new Phineas and Ferb episodes. I had, like, the creators did this little rap on TikTok that came up for me this morning, and I'm just like, oh, okay, we're actually excited about this. This is going to be great. Yeah, this is going to be very, very good. That's 2 things? I don't even remember what I was saying, Heather, sorry. I'm just prattling on. Oh, that's 2 things, right? Staring at the page and hallucinating. Right, that's fair. That is technically 2 things. But they're 2 things that are the same and related. It's kind of like saying watching a movie and listening to the movie are 2 things. It's just like, yeah, but they're both kind of the same. Like, that's the same thing. Alright. Have fun at work, Darcy. We'll see you later. My goodness, it is taking me a long time to get through this ball. I need to focus maybe a smidge more so that we can keep it moving. Tend to listen to music while reading so I can still multitask. Yeah, that's great until it backfires on you a little bit. And point in case is that I binge read through the Expanse series about it's James S.A. Corey. It's just straight sci-fi space story. Most people know about it now because it's a TV show or something. But like, yeah, I binge read through those ones there while I was listening to, and forgive me, I do not know. Yeah, anyway. Listening to like the same 5 songs from Civil War on repeat, and now it has formed such a strong correlation in my brain. I cannot enjoy either the music of Civil War or The Expanse as isolated things, because one reminds me too much of the other. Yeah. The books are very good. James S.A. Corey is actually a team of writers. It's 2 people. But the books are very interesting because like each one of the books is actually a different genre, or at least like they've tried something new with it. Like the first one is very, very noir, and there's one that literally is basically a western at one point. I'd say that they are a way better read than they are watch, but I'm a little bit biased about that sort of thing. I do think they nailed some of the casting for the TV show. It's just yeah, no, they're definitely a way better read, but most things are. I'll stuff it. Are we putting the eye? Oh, thank you. We are. That is my intention. I'm going to put some stuffing in just to see what the shape is. I'm probably going to put a weight in because Mr. Bones always likes it when the things are a little bit heavier, and it makes them feel a little bit more alive. You know, when they have a little bit of weight to them, they just like feel like actual little creatures. You're nearly done with your version of Marigold. Up to 587 pieces. That is so many pieces. How tiny are these pieces? I'm jealous. I'm not jealous, but I'm jealous. You know what I mean? I love it when you take like a bunch of tiny little pieces and turn them into a thing. Here's Bol. He's actually a very satisfying amount of round. So, nailed it. The shape is round. Honestly, given up on TV adaptations of books. Same, but there is a Dungeon Crawler Carl series coming out that I'm probably going to watch. Okay, so if he's round boy, his eyes probably go here. And they're quite close together. I think that's actually even too far apart. Oh, okay, there we go. That's his little face, and then his mouth would go under that. Here's his little fan, little feet. I'm just trying to visualize these little arms. Are there room for the arms there, or do I need to move the eyes up a little bit? I think the eyes might need to go up slightly. Maybe one row. Okay, there we go. Yep, cool, that's the place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. eyes after row 8. 1 stitch between. Sometimes, very rarely, the movie or show will be better than the book. The only thing that comes to mind is How to Train Your Dragon. Yeah, but I almost feel like that was movie/TV show inspired by a world rather than telling the canonical story of those books straightforward. But then maybe I'm not. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. How to Train Your Dragon is excellent, but I also haven't read the book, so I don't know if it holds up. Individual scales? Yeah, they'll get you. I was talking about the logistics of how DCC should be adapted. I'm worried they'll either cut too much or never finish it. That said, okay, Fuzzy Door Productions is the production company that have the rights to it. And Seth MacFarlane is known for taking on passion projects because he loves the source material for things. Also, I think he did a really great job with the Orville. Personally, I really liked it. And I have some faith. I have some faith here that it's in the hands of people who love it and will do what they can with it. That said, I think the scope of the books, there's just no way they'll be able to represent it accurately on screen. So I'm going to do my best to just enjoy them as separate things. Because like even the full theatrical thing that one of the audiobooks is, I can't enjoy it properly because it feels like it does not accurately capture what the first reading experience was. So reminder that if your library uses Hoopla, it's perhaps not quite too late to get a full bonus borrows. Oh, possibly because of the month thing. I fully admit the How to Train Your Dragon books versus movie is a major pet peeve because so many people don't seem to understand the books were there first. Yeah, but like, I understand. I get it. But you gotta let people enjoy things in the forms that they take. Not a criticism. It's something I've had to learn. Like, nobody likes the person who like walks into a room and be like, the book was better. I'm just like, yeah, but the movie was fine. And like, some people love the movie. It's what I was saying before about yucking someone's yum. You don't want to be like the person who just like dislikes something super popular because like that's just, let people like things. Excuse me. Oh, sorry, the Unfind Just Stupid Art. Yeah, I want to see it. Hold on. Of course, once I look at it, I can't actually ever make the t-shirt, so that's adorable. That is an adorable shirt. Just, wow. That's actually really cute. You've done a good job. Alright, and out of Discord because it gets me all distracted-y. Howl's Moving Castle movie was definitely better than the book. I have read it and I have watched it, and I feel like I am more likely to watch it again than to read it again. But then that's a Ghibli thing. It's like, I feel like if you can trust anybody to do a story, a visual fairy tale, Ghibli's your guy. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Sorry, Ghibli is your production company. Miyazaki is your guy. Had to finish my count before I could correct my misspeak. Okay, we're tangled. There we go. Whereas like Disney has broken the trust too many times, and I don't think I'll ever engage with anything new that they put out, which sucks because like I easily could have become a Disney adult. I have my whole stand out there of DVDs. Yeah, I know, DVDs. Of all of the originals. And that's because I'm a huge fan of animation as a medium. And I think that the very literal history of the evolution of animation that you can see just watching back through their films chronologically is very, very interesting. Like, I will always have a great deal of love for 101 Dalmatians. Not because of the story's fine. But that movie is a work of art. It's like one of the first early movies, if not the first, I'm a little bit fuzzy on my details now, but like where they use the Xerox method, where instead of hand inking every single cell, they photocopied the reference works and used those as the cells, which is where you get that little flicker in the background, because of course when you photocopy or Xerox something, it it picks up on those little like marks from pencil lines, whereas if you were just inking it by hand, you would know which ones to include and which ones not to. And a lot of people complain about that little flick, and I just hope that they never remaster it out, because to me that is just like quintessentially beautiful as a piece of decoration for time. Like, yeah, anyway, I'm just waxing lyrical. Also, the way they animated Cruella's car at the end of that is fascinating. They built like a 3D model of it, which sounds normal these days, but like an actual cardboard plasticky model of it with the dark outlines of it, and they like moved around and took photos and stuff. It was just like very, very interesting how they worked it out. So like the history of animation is just the history of visual problem solving. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. Not doing great with the old county count today. Oh, I have not put a weight in this yet, and I really should. That's not how we do that. That's how we do that. Why does that Pokemon look like it's Ditto turning into Graveler? That's a fair statement, but rude. No, I'm joking. Let me liberate one of these. Oh, hey, look, the tapestry. It's in the background. It's finished. Oh. Shove this in there. Oh, yeah. You will gather all of the moss, for you will not roll. Yeah, if I remember, the sequel to the 101 Dalmatians book involves alien abduction, and it's a ride. Seriously, it is wild. In fact, I may even pull up the Wikipedia article and read it out later. It's not at all the expected story. You went a little rogue assembling your pug, and she's still cute, but she's definitely special. Well, that's good. We call that personality. Nobody is born symmetrical. We're all a little wonky. Alright, that's it. I'm pulling it up. Okay, just because I can't just drop that in conversation and not remember enough details to share it properly. 1 Dalmatians sequel. I'm doing it, guys. I'm finally just doing reaction content. No, I don't want the animated one. Not like
Starlight barking.
That's the one. The Starlight barking. Here it is. So it was a children's novel in 1967. I'm not going to read the whole thing out. Yeah, basically the dogs discover that they can fly. They call it swooshing. And so they're swooshing all over the country. Scanning through for the interesting points. A strange voice starts talking to them, telling them all to meet at a certain place through their thoughts. This is the actual sequel to 101 Dalmatians. I'm so sorry. I was not prepared to talk about. You're just knocking everything over, my love.
Apparently.
Okay. Someday dogs may be ready to leave Earth with Sirius, the dog star, who apparently comes to visit them at some point. The dogs choose to stay because they love us, but they're not ready to leave Earth at the end of the book. Yeah. So, yeah, it's a trip.
You reckon that's where the origin phrase of barking mad comes from? The starlight barking?
No. But I do love the fact that it got watered down into, like, the howl, where the dogs are communicating via, like, the howl, where actually it's actual telepathy for the flying dogs who choose not to go to space because they want to stay here with us. Like, it's actually just... Mr. Bones literally just sounded like an adult from Peter Pan. He was like, wop, 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 wop. Scissors. Okay, I have a little ball. He has a weight in his butt, so, don't we all? But it means that he doesn't want to sit on his head. Fair enough, but it means I have to hold him here in order to be able to, like, finish this bit off. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry that I waffled so much during the making of this piece. We are behind. We are behind the times. Ah. Betrayal most foul. There we go. Yep. We're going to put a little face on him right away. Because, like, he's happy to see us and he would like the ability to express that. He's asking very nicely. Get in there. Really? In front of company? You're doing this now? Okay. There we go. He's a very stable little rock. Good boy. Okay, mouth. I will grab a little bit of pink. I have some antique rose here. And he just needs like a little pink line, I think. Though we might want to give it a lip as well, so I might put a little effort in. Not that kind of effort though. That's too much effort. This much effort's the right amount of effort. Waffles? You like the name Waffles? 4, 5. You don't have a very big mouth, buddy. I think even 4 stitches is probably too wide. Yeah, we're going to do 3. Chain 4 and turn. 3 single crochet and turn. Current name list: Gravelpur, Grage, Beige Boy, Huggums, Mr. Quarry, Mr. Stone, and Waffles. Don't forget to hydrate or dihydrate. Thank you, actually. Yeah, he does weeble and he wobbles, but he don't fall down. Yep, Mary Poppins is another one that's definitely odder than the version that ended up out there. But honestly, I think you can say that about any of the stories that formed the origin for Disney Tales. Hi. It won't look quite this odd. Do I want to change or do I want to just reattach? I think we'll just reattach. No, we'll change. It's an easier instruction to include in written notes. There we go. We'll just slide that on in there, and we'll slide that on in there, and we'll change back to our Grage. Need to sleep? Night, Joanna. Thank you for hanging out. Okay, and we'll turn. And then in the back loops, we'll just work across. 1, 2, 3, 4. Huh? How is there 4 stitches for me to work into? We'll say the middle one was an increase. It's fine. Okay. Single crochet, increase, single crochet, and turn. And then in our beige, we're gonna do 4 single crochet in the bloops. And finish off. Hello! And good night! Hello and good night to all of the people who are both coming and going. Happy to have you and welcome back to the replay. And welcome in the first place. Okay, now I know this doesn't look quite right to people, and that's okay. I'll need you to trust the process a little bit, because I'm going to try and trust the process too. Where's my tortie? Come here, tortie. Oh, you are a tangle, sir. There we go. It's a very festive tortoise at the moment. You can tell. Okay, if you're ever wondering where I'm up to with various big projects, when the tortoise looks this laden down by pins, it means that I'm probably finished one of my major projects. Not that there were even that many pins in that tapestry, but like something about finishing a project brings all my pins to the yard. And Tortie's like, this job is hard. Okay, that's the bottom lip. We'll get a little top lip. And it's kind of squarish in the picture, but I think we'll just do it with a line. Disney wanted to take folk tales and make them more palatable for modern kids, so they changed a lot of them. Yeah. Plus there was the whole like rolling the ugly stepsisters down a hill in barrels filled with nails. Like there was some real, like the grim ones in particular are very dark stories, but like the fairy tales and folk tales like that used to exist as cautionary tales. They were supposed to be on the darker end. They were never necessarily for children, they were for people. They were shared with children because it's really important that children know that there are monsters out there, but it's even more important for them to know that you can fight monsters. I've thought about this a lot. Whereas I think these days we try to convince them that monsters aren't real, and I'm not sure that's a great idea either. Hi!
Hey, beautiful. I got a theory about the starlight barking, about why it's suddenly about space.
Yeah.
It's because it was released just during the space race. And so, like, if you look around at movies today, all of them are about, like, AI and robots.
Mm-hmm.
It's all anyone's talking about is AI and robots, because we're all trying to work that out.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, this is just before humans landed on the moon, and they had no idea what was going to happen. It was weird and stuff, and they're like, hey, what if the Dalmatians...
One second, honey. Sorry, Angry Bear Ironworks. I am just going to, like, remove that comment, just because I'm worried that trigger word's going to, like, upset YouTube or people, not necessarily in that order. But I do think that it was a very, like, valid observation, and I am aware of the origin story of Sleeping Beauty as well. I just try and watch out for my keywords, because we don't want to upset the overlords. But yeah, this is just mean. Like, of course there are monsters out there. It's just... with luck, they'll never be under your bed. Speaking of the tapestry, what happened to the pattern for Mushu? I took it down. It's a copyright violation. Like, I was this little baby person who didn't understand that you can't just make, like, there's a reason why there aren't just, like, Disney patterns out there. It's because Disney's litigious. Not that they never came for me or anything, but you don't mess with the mouse, and I know better now, and so it's down. It's not worth the risk. All good. I just wanted to explain what was happening. Sorry, that last bit was at Angry Bear Ironworks. Lol, I meant why? Oh, right, sorry. There's a time delay between the comments and what I've said, so you'll get your explanation in a second. Alright, I might have to, like, finagle this mouth a little bit, but I think that's the top lip that we're looking for. Increase 3, increase. Now these bits always look just that little bit bumpy, but I sew them on and they end up looking fine. Like, look at his face, alright? It ends up looking fine. I'm just... this isn't looking great right now, but I am trusting my own process. Shame you would have loved to make one. Yeah, well, I shared it with the intention of letting people make their own. But... yeah, I don't make all the rules. So if anyone's interested in deep dives on the stories behind any of the Disney stories or mythology, Jen's solo messed up origins here on YouTube is fantastic. Oh, that's interesting, Kiki. I might actually look that one up. That's why kids' storybooks are so heavy for thumping the monsters with. So this will end up different-y, but it's doing its best at the moment, and I'll do my best to make it work as well in future. And he'll have his little angry eyebrows as well, like grrr. Okay, next we should probably work on these arms. So he has these two little ones, excuse me, Torty, that kind of wrap around his front, which I think we'll get away with just literally to scale because he's not that big. Oh, you can't see that. We'll draw him up here. From there to like there, and at most they're like 12 stitches around. It's just a straight little tube, and then I have to work out how I want to do these fingers because he has like a thumb and 2 fingers, and I don't know if I'm that committed to this or if I'm just going to mitten him. He could just be mittened at the top and then have a thumb. Do you mind if I give him mittens?
I was thinking the front hands could just be like 2-dimensional things just sewn on.
Oh, then he needs a little bit more chunk to him than that. 2-dimensional bits sewn on will look bad.
Okay.
Forgive me. But But a 12 stitch tube won't be an issue.
I'm trusting the process.
Yay!
You are the process.
I am the process.
Not my idea.
Oh?
If you were to watch the thing about Jen Solo's messed up origins on YouTube,
Okay.
if like there are interesting origins, there might be like cool creatures from them that you may want to crochet. Because you know how you've done like the old, like the walking pants from that place, where it's just pants walking around.
The Night Stalker. It's a cryptid.
Yeah, so you've done the cryptid series. I was thinking you could do like old fairy tales because.
Oh, you want to grab my
They are not copyrighted.
I've been showing off books. You want to grab my Brothers Grimm book from the shelf? I will also accept my Hans Christian Andersen.
Book from your brother or the Brothers Grimm book?
Brothers Grimm's. The Brothers Grimm. There's 2 big hardcovers out there that are full of fairy tales. Find them. I'm showing off books this stream. I may as well show off these ones as well. I worked in a bookstore for a year. Oh, yeah, that's my Grimm's book. I also have Hans Christian Andersen in a different one. But I have the original fairy tales here. There's beautiful, like, print plates in them and whatnot. Oh, there's stuff in this one too. Why do I have so much stuff in my books?
You want me to take a look at what it is and let you know if it's safe?
Oh no, it's just like notepads and stuff. Yeah. No, I don't want to give that back to you now.
Oh, but I'm curious.
It's just some notes. I'll show you later, it's fine.
I'll add it to the stream notes.
Hi, Katie. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. She's like, the originals are interesting. I think the Disney ones serve their purpose, but the originals are interesting. I'm just absolutely fascinated by how many times I've just shoved like birthday cards and like half-scrolled poetry into books. Like... Oh, I know what that is! It's something all of you already know about. It's something that's actually here on the channel. I can't believe that's so funny. Okay, so during the tapestry video, which coincidentally, this only just came up recently, I mentioned that the very first square I was doing was this loofah thing, and I mentioned that it was the most awkward thing I'd ever put out on the internet. I'm pretty sure it's still out there. I read this poem at Christmas time about a pattern that had failed, and that was the original written out version of the poem. Like, it's just like the notes, and for some reason they are stored in this book. Which story have I stored them in? Snow White. Snowdrop, technically. The picture. But yeah. That is my pretty, hey, the introduction in that one's by Cornelia Funk. I think that's funny. Yeah, the video's still up. Nah. It's one of those things of like, yeah, okay, awkward things are going to happen, but leave them up. Let other people enjoy the cringe. You have so many, a couple of different copies of Hans Christian Andersen, a copy of Grimm's, a book called Great Short Stories of the World, and a bunch of mixed fairy tale books and golden books compilation book. I also happen to have, I've got that one, I've got my Hans Christian Andersen, I've got the novelization of The Storyteller, or at least a couple of the episodes from The Storyteller, including Hans My Hedgehog, which is popularized by The Witcher most recently. Yeah. I feel like fables and tales have a rhythm to them. Like the laws of threes. It's just like it goes deeper. It's instinctive. 9, 10, 11. I mean, they're all pretty much entirely allegory, but like there's such a concrete connection between action and consequence. It's good. Good. Makes it easier. It sounds like a video idea. CK cleans out her books and tries to explain why so much is between the pages. Well, that's the thing. I'm genuinely surprised that both of them had stuff shoved in them, because like that is not normally a thing I would do. Like, don't get me wrong. I would never fold down the corner of. I would never dog ear a book. Wrong. That's wrong. It's incorrect. I mean, no, stop that. But so like using random stuff as bookmarks is different. This is like actual like using them as storage containers. Performed in a concert last night and the theme was Disney. Your daughter heard us talking and Disney and then asked you to play the song because she liked it so much. Oh, that's nice. I think that's lovely. Someone you can't remember wrote about the structure for Legends. Fair. This might be too big. I might be able to go back and make it 9 stitches instead, but I'm just gonna... Oh yeah, buddy. You're not that yoked. Back we go, even if you are an egg. Yeah. I'm making you want to read? Hey! Mission accomplished. I can say nothing else in life. It's just like, yes, people should read more. Unless they hate it, in which case they should go do something that makes them happier. The world needs more happiness more than it needs more readers. Did you try to use the book to flatten the piece of paper? Not in that case, because that's just literally like, it's just a scribbled out. It's just a scribbled out poem, so it's not like, it's not a keepsake or a memento, right? Like, whereas like the chunk of stuff in the Rowan of Rin book looks to be like some sort of birthday cards or something. I'm gonna have to go through those ones there. Been up for over 12 hours and was at a wedding, so you're turbo dead. Luke, I don't mean to cast judgment, but isn't 12 hours a really normal amount of time to be awake? Also, welcome and love you, and I'm sorry if I have, yeah, anyway. They all share the same basic structure. It's fascinating. Sorry about the broken... No, it's fine. It's just like the broken messages are just a thing. I do my best to try and like wait until I've gotten like the whole drift of something before I start trying to chat about it. But and that means sometimes I miss pieces. But we're all just doing our best here. We are. We're a forgiven bunch, and I'm just here to provide some background noise and hopefully some cozy vibes. Sometimes erratically cozy, but cozy is still cozy. I mean, who doesn't like an electric blanket that doesn't just give you that little tiny zap every now and then? It's exciting. Yeah, good. This is excellent. I like this. I like this topic. This is a good topic. Oh, that's true. Wedding management does use a lot of energy. I was just more checking. I was assuming, honestly, I was assuming it was a typo. And that it was a, yeah. Yeah, but, okay, so 16 hours is standard for most people, but I also want to allow for the fact that, like, standard doesn't fit everybody, and for the people who have no spoons, 12 to 16 hours is probably a lot. It's probably a lot. We all have those days. And yeah, some activities are inherently more exhausting than others. Like having to be in a room with other people. That is an intensely exhausting activity. And if you had to do that for 12 hours, I would be absolutely flattened. Okay, there we go. Yeah, Luke, that's it. Like I said, I had you back there. I was pretty sure it was some sort of typo. So you've been up since 4 a.m. and it's now midnight. Yeah, go to sleep. Go to sleep. You'll catch it on the replay. We'll see you next week. Sleep well. I need my beauty nap, otherwise my bones will wrinkle. Now that's a thought for us all, isn't it, really? Otherwise my bones will wrinkle. I forgot to put a thumb on. Maybe I started at the shoulder. I don't think I started at the shoulder though. Oh, night Corey, thanks for hanging out. Nobody wants wrinkled bones. I don't mind my wrinkles on my face. I earned those. Kids from teen to teething are extremely exhausting, yeah. Yeah, Loot is at risk of wrinkled bones right now if they don't get some sleep. Mr. Bones, they're not dying. Aw, cute little arm. You'd be cuter with that little beak face, but I've done that to you. I will make amends. You're so cute. You're so cute. Why are you so cute, buddy? Alright, we are going to mitten him, but it's going to take the form of like a capsule. It's capsule. There's no room in my heart with all the blood and stuff. Loot, the typos are saying so much more than you could ever. Sorry, I get a special kind of joy out of typos. It's kind of like puns to me. They feel very pure. I do not mock in a mean way. 2, 3, 4. That said, if you're not having fun, it's not fun. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I've got my little hand here. I don't even know if I want to stuff it. He's already a very chunky fellow. Dang it! I'm so indecisive right now. They're like accents in text form. Well, yeah, and I'm going to pronounce them. Alright, so... yeah, it's definitely time for a hand. How do I want to do this? It's weird because I've started from like the wrong side from what I normally do, but I have 1, 2, 3, 4 stitches visible across the top. I could probably make that 5 if I just rotate it slightly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. I've got 5 stitches across the top of this piece, like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then there's like 7 around the back, which we don't know. There's 4. There's 4 around the back that we don't really care about. So this one here will be our thumb. And then we can do 1, 2 fingers, leaving us space between each. Is that going to be enough? I think that's enough. And then we can just flip it over for the other side. All right. I'm wondering if a treble will be sufficient. We'll find out together. You're a bridesmaid, so I'm still in the dress, and yeah, you're half asleep. Oh no. Yeah, okay, yeah. Bridesmaid, that's intense. That's a lot of work. So yeah, I prescribe comfy. Whatever that looks like to you, make that happen. Stay up and reset your sleep schedule or go to sleep now-ish. Yeah, given that it's midnight, I would go to sleep. If it was like 4 a.m., I'd try and like power through as long as possible, but like having done like the 24-hour challenges and that sort of thing, it's just like sometimes you're better off just trying to sleep it off and sometimes you're better off just leaving it. Because like it's midnight now, which means you have the chance to get a good solid 8 hours. Are you sufficiently stuffed with cake? Mr. Bones with the real questions here. Don't know if I like these little fingers. I'm disappointed currently with how this is turning out and I'm getting frustrated. Like it's fine, I'm an adult, I can deal with the frustration. That doesn't mean I'm happy with it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Man, we're 7 stitches around. Of course we are. That's how I could feel it. I could feel it was wrong. The odd numbers calling. Typos are for friends. Proofreading is for let's keep this strictly business. Proofreading is for as per my previous email. No, that's for when we're bringing out the big guns. If you were, like, as per my previous email is like, I'm burning this bridge. Your option is to jump off the side or get out of the way. Ooh, 78 hours is a lot. I think I've only done like... I think I've done pretty close to 48. Funnily enough, my memories are slightly fuzzy. Okay, I think this is right. I think it looks disproportionate at the moment, but I think it will look better. Wow, you do not want to... He is an opinionated little rock. It's like, no, I go this way. This is my way up. This is up. Let's do some feet. You think Angry Bear being awake for 78 hours is probably the result of finding a red bag in the forest? Hey, we like a squeaky hook. I'm a fan of a squeaky hook. Okay, so what were y'all doing on these 73 to 74 hour days? Like, are we talking like powering on through without even like a nap? Or are we talking like finals? You know, like exam time? No cake! Not even cake! This is an injustice. Well, Mr. Bones kept a 6-day week for a while there because it worked better with his night shifts, where he literally just carved the day up, like the what we normally experience 7 days across into like 6 chunks of awake and 6 chunks of sleep. That worked. Yeah, there we go. He's talking about it now. The 28-day cycle. Like, and it works perfectly fine. You need regular sleep. That does not mean it needs to abide by the laws of the sun. What made it really interesting is that I was still on a 7-day week. And I think the first time he was doing that, we didn't live together yet. So, like, I was visiting him, and I was never sure if I was getting him in the morning or the evening, depending on... regardless, you know? There might have been an hour of sleep in there. Yeah, well, look, I'm a firm believer that a 12-minute, no longer, a 12-minute power nap can literally just reset your whole day. It's just like you're hitting a refresh on the browser. Any longer than that, and you risk turning into a time traveler. You know, like, what year is it? But, like, 12 minutes, just the perfect amount of time for your brain to go, be-doop, be-doop. Oh, wow. Military. That's intense. Yeah, okay. That is a justifiable 78-hour day. Thank you. Have you missed any shenanigans? Yes and no. I feel like I'm having a very normal time. Most normal a stream has ever been. Right? Someone back me up. 12 minutes is long enough to install the system update we've all been putting off. Yeah, it's kind of just like you, like, undock and then redock the brain. And it can be a little bit of a learned skill. Like, it can take a bit to, like, adjust to it. Mr. Bones got me onto it. But yeah, no, seriously, sometimes just a little reset, you can pack 2 days into a single day. And that's my favorite, because, like, my days are space-filling curves. Like, I'll be editing, and then I'll take a break from editing and, like, go wash my hair, but while I'm washing my hair, I'll clean the shower, and then I'll get out of the shower and I'll start the dishwasher, and then I'll go back to editing for a bit, and then I'll remember I have to film something. So I'll go over here and I'll film this, and then I'll realize the carpet's dirty, so I'll vacuum the carpet and then go back to filming, and then, you know what I mean? Like, we're just always doing something. We're never at rest. I'm pretty sure I'm a shark. I think if I stop, I might die. Yeah. 2 increases, single crochet. The most normal of streams. Exactly. We have had a very, very normal stream. No, we're not donating brains. Stop it with that behavior. No donating brains. He has enough of his own. I'm already outgunned here, guys. I need you to not donate brains to Mr. Bones. Mr. Bones, it's up to him. I would let him make the final decision if he wanted to. But yeah, honestly, what I've just done is given him ultra super special veto power for this guy. So he gets to pick. That might mean that there's fewer names than normal in the vote, or it might mean that he just picks one that he likes. Yeah, there we go. Exercising strong veto power. Yeah, Katie, that's kind of what I mean. It's like, because it took me like 4 hours to fall asleep last night. I fell into a loop of thinking upsetting things. In the end, I literally just got my headphones out and listened to a podcast until I passed out. But yeah, the napping thing, it's a something you have to train yourself to do. Like, you have to like lie down and like commit to the idea of napping, and sometimes that takes the form of like the first dozen times you do it, you lay there completely awake thinking, this is dumb, I'm so busy, I don't have time for this, with your eyes shut. But then like eventually your body kind of gets it. 8, 9, 10. Happy time zone, Kim Pokey Trainer. Today we are making Graveler. It is Mr. Bones' favourite Pokemon because it's his birthday week. Ashley Smith, I don't know about that. I'm not diagnosed with anything. I'm just working with the operating system I've got. Pliny the Elder was one bad mamma jamma. Almost nothing we found contradicts his records. Okay, that's fascinating because, yeah, I'm just reading the previous comment from Crafting Chaos with Kat. He died researching an active volcanic eruption at the volcano. You know, that's commitment. That is commitment. We love people who love what they do. Yeah, actually, I don't know the answer to that. Mr. Bones, why is Graveler your favourite? No pressure, but come up with a good reason. Two. When you did childcare, your rule for the kids was you have to nap, you don't have to sleep, so lay in a cool dark room wide awake is a nap. Yeah, it's a rest. My parents did the same thing to me. I recognise it now as them needing a break from me, but that's okay. I'm so sorry. The last one caught me by surprise. Whew. Yeah, yeah, it's just like go rest, because like you just go lay down for a second and it does like reboot you a little bit. You're a big fan of the ADHD type ping pong activities, a little this, a little that, some more of this over there. Well, part of it is just like if you walk past a thing that you know is in the wrong spot, just get into the habit of like picking it up and moving it. It doesn't have to end up exactly where it's supposed to go, but it can't stay there. This can lead to many chaotic outcomes, but it also means that I tend to know where literally everything is in the house at any given moment. It's my superpower, so if Mr. Bones ever loses anything, I occasionally know where things are, and sometimes they're ridiculous. It's like under the t-shirt in the corner of the room, you'll find a box, and the thing you're looking for is inside the box. Like ridiculous nonsense like that. It's just like, how did I know that was in there? Who knows? But I did. Oh, thank you all for stopping my soul escaping. I think that's actually all the foot this guy gets. He's just not very footy. Oh, that's really cute. Okay, cool. So So we have a foot. It has a little weight in it. He doesn't really need one because he's very decisive as to which way up he goes. Which the feet will stop that delightful rolling, I'm afraid. But that goes there. But yet when I need them, you can't find bobby pins. True. But then, we've been through this. Bobby pins aren't really ours. We borrow them. There's like 5 bobby pins in the world max. It's just we have like timeshares in them. And so like when I can't find bobby pins, it's because they're not in the house. They're in someone else's house. I might need to blow my nose, guys. I'm sorry. I'll be back in just a second. I'm back. I'm just looking for all the right buttons. There's so many buttons. That one. Abandonment. Oh, dust tickle. Yeah, it's the yarn fibers. I vacuum in here regularly, but like you pull a bunch of string from a ball of string that's been sitting around for a while, and it's just yeah. It's a very satisfying thump, but like yeah, now he has a little foot. He won't do that anymore. He's still cute though, and we still love him. Okay, cool. So now I just need to make a bigger version of this arm. I think it's basically the same thing, just with more rows, but we'll still try it out. Pinch and punch to Texas, Mexico, the Midwest, Great Lakes, and Manitoba. Mr. Bones, your pinches and punches are getting very specific. Well, Rachel, that's why none of the rest of us can find bobby pins, because they're all at your house. He is currently smooth. Yeah, I intend to make little craters. Like this. And make him pleasantly pocked. Articulation is important sometimes. That was one of those times. Let's go... Yeah, it's basically those bigger arms are basically just longer versions of the little arms. Which makes sense, I suppose. Happy time zone, Kitticus Rex! What are we up to? Oh no, we've just cruised past 2 hours. Okay, the good thing is though that this is kind of the last piece we need to make. Because we don't do dupes on stream. And I don't think you guys need to sit around and make me, like, watch me make a whole bunch of pockmarks. So, this is the final piece we'll be making. It is the big arm. And then we'll be moving on to the second one. Here we go. Mr. Bones has answered the question. I like Graveler because he is sturdy, chunky, he has a stoic face, he is exceptionally handy, and has an excellent mode of transport. Rolling. Those are all very valid reasons to like him. He just rolls with it. He's just a chill dude, you can tell. Even though, okay, I know that one of his moves is like explode, which is like the opposite of chill. But like, I think that's the right vibe, because I think the people who are really, really chill, it's like once you've like, they all have a limit, and once you've hit that limit, I feel like they're all capable of that explosion, so. Nikki, you can pinch a bone back from doing the pinch and punch, but only if he's not said no returns. That's the rules. Please note that we are not getting into flick and a kick or any of that other that nonsense. We are a pinch and a punch household, and we're not even that. Graveler is me. One small inconvenience, explosion. It's like, I'm not dealing with this, and I'm making sure that none of you will either.
I mean, we can get into flick and a kick, because of all the people who can do it, I'm one of them.
Nope. Get out.
A boop and a snoot.
For being so cute. He's being very cute today. That's because I have the bobby pins in my craft room. Fair enough. Look, I hypothetically know where my bobby pins are. It's just they're not always where I expect them to be. Because like currently I'm pretty sure I have a whole bunch of them behind that picture frame. I feel like if I stood up right now and walked and reached behind that picture frame, I would find a half Christmas bauble, specific, I know, filled with approximately 150 bobby pins. But they're over there and that's not helpful to me. What's helpful to me is the one that I can find here, even though there should be a dozen on this desk and there isn't for some reason. 1 a.m. is getting there. 1 a.m. is maybe start time to like brush the teeth and go to bed. Yeah, oh hey Pam, you beat me to it. I didn't see your comment there. This stream is literally the first time in your life that you've encountered this whole pinch and a punch phenomenon. Really? Okay, I think it's more of like a school thing. I don't think it's a thing that adults do. Yeah, it's pinch and a punch for the first day of the month. And then you've got like the whole like no returns, black magic. And if they don't say no returns, black magic, you can either pinch and punch them back or there's the flick and a kick for being so quick. And then if you can make it rhyme, you can pretty much do anything to that person if they don't say no returns. Sleep is for the weak, according to my 8-month-old kid. I'm sorry for laughing. Yeah, okay. That attitude will change, and eventually they'll be a teenager, and they will understand the wonders of sleep. I guess the endless game of where the heck did all my bobby pins go? I had them a second ago. Yeah, I'm telling you, they've just been recalled back to the cosmic trading post. That's why I leave them attached so often. I'm just like, they can't have this one, it's in use. They can't steal any that are in use. Though sometimes they do return extras. Like I have moments all the time where I'll put like 2 in my hair. And I'll know I've put 2 in my hair because I only have 2. And I'll remove like 4 at the end of the day. And like, I know that doesn't paint a great picture of my hygiene, but I swear that's not the case. Clap and a slap to stop me. Yeah, purple dolphin, exactly. Pinch and punch for the first day of the month can't get me back till the end of the month. White rabbit. Oh. Like how socks disappear? I am a firm believer that most socks disappear into the gap between the barrel of the washing machine and the casing of the washing machine. But yeah, also socks can also be added to the cosmic trading post. Oh. Okay, so Angry Bear Ironworks, the very cool blacksmith, is married to Heather, who wait, are you the Heather that freaks out every time I put the don't panic sign up? Because I love that. That's hilarious to me. That's great. I'm connecting you. I'm connecting the dots. And together you've got a 9-month-old. That's amazing. There also could just be more than one Heather. I might be confused. It's always only the left one. Huh. If I want an excuse to hit people, I just need to say mosquito and it's all fine. Yeah, that works. Yeah, that's actually his fault. I'm so sorry. Socks can only be added once you have thrown away its pair. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's kind of like Tupperware, right? So, I'm sorry, I'm using Tupperware here as a catch-all for plastic containers that you store things in. It's like, I know this isn't new conversation. I know this isn't groundbreaking revelation. Where do the lids go? Because, it's really easy to think, oh, I'm just leaving them places. I don't take them out of the house anymore. It's not like I'm taking them to and from work. I'm right here. So they're physically not leaving the premises. And yet they're gone. So to me, that is adding a whole new layer to the mystery. Because when I used to take them to and from work, I would always feel like I'd bring the whole container home. But there was always just that little bit of plausible deniability there. Whereas, that's just not the case anymore. There is no plausible deniability. Those containers are not leaving the house. Oh, you know what I mean about the bobby pins doing magic tricks in my hair? You did theatre in high school, 6 pins would go in one night, 8 would come out, and showering and brushing hair daily. Yeah, it's like, okay, admittedly, I cannot brush my hair because, I mean, you've seen the texture of it. It is what it is. It is what it is. I look after it, I promise. It's the best maintained frizz you've ever seen. But, yeah, they're secretly having families up there.
Your hair is lovely and beautiful.
Thank you, honey. And he's a skeleton. He knows about these things. I think that's about as big as I want that hand to get. Maybe one more row? Oh, I took the bobby pin out before I counted the number of rows. How fun for me. We'll deal with that later. We'll deal with that in a second. I'll just have to count this row very carefully. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I'm going to start the name vote in a second. 9. All right, cool. I am starting the name poll, so I hope we've got it narrowed down to 4. Oh, wait, actually, Mr. Bones, am I doing a name poll? It's up to you. I'll just keep going while I wait for an answer to that. Big arm. Oh, okay, cool. Excuse me. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Cool. Cool, just those ones? Mr. Bones has made his preferences known. And here they are. You can pick one of these 3 names. This is his favourite Pokemon, so we gave him naming rights. Honey, I missed what you said then, I'm sorry. It's Frieza that kills yarn moths. But once they're dead, they can't take themselves away. You have to deal with it. Alright, cool. This is the name poll. Those are your 3 options. They are Mr. Quarry, Mr. Stones, and Greige. So I'm just going to finish up the fingers on this fella. Well, y'all pick a name. Greige. It's like grey beige. So like, I get that it kind of looks a little bit like Grieg. He's little Grieg. For all of the others for today, we will be back to the usual rules of you guys get the most say over who ends up in the vote. It's just this one here is a little bit special, so it gets to be a little bit special. Oh, I get it. Sorry, jeez, that took me a long time. It's Mr. Stones and Mr. Bones. Oh, that's actually very funny. Good job, you all. I can't believe it took me that long to get why you guys are pushing for Mr. Stones. I was like, I don't get it, but that's fine. I don't have to get everything. Mr. Stones and Mr. Bones is very funny. You rather like Greige? Greige. Oh, like Greige. Okay, you can be Greige. Maybe CK needs sleep. No, I'm good. I mean, it's only 1 o'clock in the afternoon here. It's not like late at night or anything. Just didn't sleep well last night, but I still got more than the adequate amount of sleep to function. I'm just a little bit odd. No, I'm glad to hear it, Purple Dolphin Studios. There he is. There's our boy. He's still smooth. He's been through the tumbler, but
Oh, he's just old.
no,
He's
well,
like-
I'm gonna make him lumpy,
He's
don't
like
you know?
Onyx.
He's finished his puberty.
They become more and more round as they get older.
You like him? He's
He's
gonna have
very
little
cute.
pocks. I'm gonna just make a quick little pock so you can get the idea.
Back in my day, we had to roll to school. There were no buses.
I see him more scuttling like a spider because he's got 6 legs or 6 limbs.
Horrifying.
Yeah. Hydration? Yes, thank you. I will hydrate. Alright, I'm turning my mic off because I'm dying to know what you're trying to communicate right. Mr. Bones is being helpful. Oh, that's a good question. Does he have a first name? Is he Mr. Roland Stones or Mr. Grige Stones? Okay, that's just like a little magic ring type of pock. I'll sew it down using the back loops only so it like stays nice and lumpy bumpy. And I might make those in a couple of different sizes. That's just a good size small one, and we'll just layer them up. He is supposed to have a fan around his face, but we have run out of time on this one here, so I will do that after stream. Now, this is just a gentle reminder that I am a week behind in my paperwork. I'm finishing them up. So, for example, this is still Pincer from last week. I prioritized finishing off Blastoise. I'm probably going to stay at a little bit of a time delay. If I catch up, I catch up. It's a fun surprise for us all. But I'm setting the expectation that I'm probably going to be a week behind for the next few weeks, possibly until we're actually finished these guys off. So you probably won't see this guy finished until not next week, but the week after. But let's finish off this name poll. I'm going to do, I do my best. We're like, if there's time, it'll get done. And if there isn't, we're just not beating ourselves up about it. His name is officially Mr. Stones. At 47% of the vote, Mr. Quarry came in second at 26%, and Grige came in at 25%. So thank you to everybody who voted. He's saying bye now. Bye-bye. And he will not stand on his head. He will not. It's very entertaining. All right, let's pop him off to one side. We'll start the next vote, and I will go get a couple of mouthfuls of fresh air. Because I feel like that might be a good idea. I'm worried about the oxygen content of this room right now. Alrighty, there are our options. We are picking Pokemon 130 for ourselves. Our options are 2, 3, 4, and 5. I have to start a poll. There's stuff I have to do. I can't just say the thing. There we go. Start a poll. 2, 3, 4, and 5. And your choice here will dictate how many we do today, and that's all you're getting from me. The theme today is Mr. Bones picked some. So we've already knocked his favorite off, so the rest are kind of just like, we picked them. So let's start that poll, and I am going to go take a little bit of a break, and I'll be back soon. Oh no, he got him! Ah, oh, it reset. I'm sorry. Hold on a second. I got distracted. I thought he made it all the way to the top. I'm wrong. Yeah, look, my hair is entirely silver, so we're not complaining about that. Grey streaks are wonderful. Plus, it means that we get to dye all of the fun colours without having to bleach or anything. It's magic. Grey hair is magic. It's silver. It's shiny. It's looking very dark today, but I promise you I'm very, very silver. So there is no shame. Even if there's sometimes I worry that it means that my hair is thinning, it's just, no, my roots are just really, really pale now. Okay, you guys have made a choice. I'm not saying it's the right choice, I'm saying you've made one. You've made deliberate decisions today. And I suppose I should support that. So, let's close this poll off and make it formal. Yep, cool. So you guys picked number 4 with 39% of the votes, and then you picked a number 2 at 24%, 5 at 19%, and 3 at 17%. The Purple Menaces cannot catch a break today, and that's fine. I think we're in a very fun colour kind of mood. So, yeah, let's show you who's behind door number 4. Like, folks, for the record, Raichu isn't this colour. You all think Raichu is this colour. Raichu is not this colour. There's only one Pokemon this colour. I believe it is his first appearance on stream. And he is also a good boy. And there he is. I'm going to stop erasing the squares around him. We're going to be making Arcanine. Yeah, just for the record, I'm going to whip out my Raichu. Hold on. Where are you, Raichu? There you are. What's wrong? Oh, yeah, Mr. Bones has got his brush here all ready to go. There you are. Right, this is Raichu. Who isn't actually behind this door. That's not he's not hiding behind door number 3. It's just that's where the layer is. I have all the sprites already preloaded into this document. It's just apparently last time I offered Raichu, he was behind door number 3. I don't want to like mislead you guys. He is not the 3rd Pokemon. This is the color of Raichu. See this color? These things are not the same. It's just like I've tricked you by accident, and I feel bad when you get excited for Raichu and then it's not Raichu. So yeah, that is my Raichu rant. So Raichu is going to get on out of here. He doesn't have any place in this stream right now, so we'll tuck him back behind there. He's not... I'm going to leave him there so you don't think he's behind door number 3. Yeah, he can stay there for now. Okay. Moving right along, we're going to make an Arcanine. And I have Growlithe here. I dug him out of the bag during break when I saw that you guys were making decisions. And Mr. Bones has his brush ready to go, so I have my emotional support skeleton here helping. This is one of the ones that scared me for a really long time. I don't know if I'm over it yet. I don't know, but I'm waiting for my reference images. There we go. And I'm going to draw him here. Oh, I haven't done a sprite, and I haven't updated the counter. We will do these things. So, Arcanine is our 130th Gen 1 Pokemon, and our 197th? 8th? Let me mark it off on the list and I'll tell you. $198th Pokemon overall. And we need a little spritey sprite. There he is. He's so fluffy. I got this. Yeah, Spiky is tough. He's also got stripes and he's fluffy. So this is fluffy. So this is probably going to be what we do most of the fluff as, at least that chest fluff. I can see here that I've made the choice to not do fluffy for the head or tail. I can do the same thing here. I might have to fluff his face though. They're so fluffy. It's gonna be annoying. Yeah, Angry Bear Ironworks, it might be for the best that you maybe avoid putting flammable liquids on your face. I think that's a pretty good instinct. All right. Anyway, we're gonna start slow. We're gonna start by just drawing him. That's good. That tends to break the ice. Still don't have any butt pics in the live stream chat, so I'm just gonna work from the little profile pic I've got here, which is not helpful because it's front. He's facing the camera, so it's hard to kind of tell what he actually looks like. That said, I have seen the meme of Arcanine peeled. It's I don't know if it's my favorite thing or my least favorite thing to exist on the internet, but I know it's somewhere on one of those two ends. I definitely do not nothing that picture. He's a smug doggo. He has like the licky tongue tail, which is fine. I'm equipped to handle that. It's kind of like the... Is it a Pomeranian that has a tail like that? No, it's the Is it Lhasa Apso that I'm thinking of? There's a dog that has a very specific tail that's shaped like this. The Arcanine, I suppose, is the answer to that. He has like giant clodhoppers of feet with giant fluffy ankle warmers. Okay, our options are Pidgeot or Pidgeynot. So fire, much wow, very evolution. Thank you, Mr. Bones, and thank you to everybody else sharing reference images for me. I do really appreciate it. He's got so many stripes, and they're so placed. There's one there. There's one here. The inside of his ears is cream, which is interesting. There's one there. I know this looks messy, but I'll outline it in a second, and it'll help if the stripes are a little bit more scribbled in. Okay, so the stripes themselves are just getting stitched on, so we're not super worried about their placement during the making of these base pieces. My God, the little face I've given him. It's like, okay, we've got a little face. He kind of just looks like a Shih Tzu got caught in like an electrical storm. That's okay. Please do not take my fear-based approach as me trying to cut corners or not do a good job on him. I am going to do my very best. It's just, he scares me for a reason, and there's every chance that he will not turn out looking good, and I just need you all to brace for that outcome. Because I know I am. Because when I can't even draw him properly, I know I'm in for an interesting time. Okay. That. And I know that his mouth is technically bigger than that, it's just it's so cute when you do it as a little mouth. I'm gonna do my very best like no one ever was. Exactly. Graveler was named Mr. Stones, so we have Mr. Bones and Mr. Stones. Okay. So we made this guy in this kind of soft shade of orange. He looks very yellow on screen, but he's actually kind of a slightly pinker. That's a better representation of the colour there. So it's a slightly like redder shade of orange than it necessarily looks here. Can't get him on both at the same time, I don't think. I'm gonna just drift him in and kind of. No, yeah, kind of. It doesn't matter. But I thought we would go for like a slightly darker shade of orange for arcs here, because the only other option would be to use our default fried chicken colour, which I don't want to use in this context. I'd rather stick with an orangey or red because I think it's the right vibe. And sometimes you've got a vibe match. Position to start his name with Mr. You want all of them to be called Mr. this week? I'm sure you'll do fine. And if you don't, someone, not me obviously, will give you, yeah. Yeah. That's okay though. I don't care anymore. There was just a giant callus where my poor sensitive artistic soul used to be. I'm joking. I'm joking. We're all fine. Oh, this picture is cute though. Why so cute though? Okay, I do need to profile him though. Okay, cool. That's a nice little side view. I just need a better idea of what he actually looks like, because this isn't helpful even if it's adorable. Oh wow, he has quite a pronounced snoot. I'm just doing like a bust of him. He's almost foo doggish, but different mouth, obviously. Okay, I'm trying to draw him without the fluff right now, which is kind of hard. So we just take this down a notch. We have to peel the Arcanine. Just like that, and then he's actually a pretty regular shaped dog. And his eyes would go in here. We may even be able to carry that down into the body if we're... Okay, that's Arcanine peeled. Eyes and nose for reference. Mr. Bones is helping. Honey, please take the utensil away.
That was fast.
Okay, and then he has like a giant fluffy hat that kind of is a mane as well. So we would like anchor that here at the tip of the nose, flare it out to the sides, and then curve it down and around the head. And so like the back of the head would be here. And we just curve it down until it reaches the back. And we'd probably do it as a little, oh wait, we didn't fluff it on Growlithe. We're probably going to have to fluff everything on Arcanine, except for maybe the tail I think I can get away with, but the leg tufts have to be tufted, and I think this face piece doesn't work if it's not actually like tufty, but we might just attach to the sides some little like, I don't want to use the word merkin as much as we did during the Growlithe stream, but I think you all know what we're thinking. He's fluffy. He's going to be very fluffy. It looks ducky. It doesn't look like a duck. So yeah, that's what the like little hood piece will look like, and we'll like add a bunch of fur to it to make it fluff. The ears are nice easy triangles with cream insides and orange outsides. That's achievable. We're not afraid of that. This is good. The shape breakdown makes me less afraid. Oh, I'll put that aside so that Mr. Stones has weighted feet. Okay, so his little paws. He has 3 toes and he has a toe bean. We are going to give him the mitten treatment because he's got enough details. He doesn't need toes, like individual toes as well. So that's it from underneath. And like from the top, it's just going to be pretty straightforward little like limb. And limb. Both of those can be separate but all one piece. That's not hard. Chest fluff is, again, we'll attach it here and we'll just make like a bib. The ankle pieces are the ones that I'm worried about, the ones that wrap the whole way around, because like I could make, there's a couple of different ways I could approach that. I'm not sure what I want to do yet. We could technically lark head knots straight onto the leg, but it depends on the scale of the piece, or we can create like pointy crochet pieces and then just like sew them on using a little strap around the front, depending what they look like. I don't know yet. This is one of those ones where I will know when I see what the legs look like. And then the tail is just like a long piece that folds over itself, so it's actually shaped like this. You fold it down afterwards. That is that's a picture. How do I make that picture less weird? Let's turn it into a giraffe. An angry giraffe. With spots. And legs. There we are. The legs help. It looks less flaccid now, and it's more of a giraffe. It's a giraffe. Okay, cool. You want to call him Mr. Jones? Him good fluffy boy? Yes, that's the goal. So I have the orangey red I'd like to use. I have some cream here because he's fluffy. Honestly, I wish that there was like a very... Where is my pale yellow? I'll hold it up for example because I think the pale yellow is too yellow. What I kind of want is almost a peachy tone, but like this is too pink. So we're going to have to go with cream. I've already made that decision. I should stop just waffling on about it. And I have lots of black yarn here as well. Oh, I got to Spotlight the other day as well. Anxiety Bakes took me. I haven't seen her in the chat today, but hello if she's here. And I replaced a bunch of my colours, so that was good. That was good. Plus it was on sale, so I got like, I think it came to like 26 balls of yarn for, I think it was 80 Australian dollars, which is pretty good. The giraffe helps. Yeah, see, I'm trying. Sometimes you need the giraffe of censorship to come in and save you from yourself. It's clearly a giraffe. It's even got the little dealy boppers. Giraffe. Oh, there she is. Hi, Anxiety Bakes. I hope you're taking plenty of time for yourself today. Alrighty, so we are going to turn the page and we're going to try and make our fluffy boy here. And even if he doesn't turn out, at least we can say we tried. So I'm going to start with this head piece. What do I think the colours are? Well, he's only got like these little orange bits around his eyes. The rest is actually cream. So like we could actually make the whole head in cream. And then make eyepieces that we stitch on, given that the rest of it's going to have like layers over the top to make it like a fuzzy balaclava. So yeah, we might actually do like orange eyepieces and stitch those on and just cheat. I love me a solid cheat. So yeah, we could make the whole head in orange. You beauty. I like this for us. Sorry, I meant the whole head in cream. So that means it's gonna look real weird. But I think this is the way to do it. He does strike me as a very square-headed boy. So we are going to encourage that. You would love to see a poster print of all the Pokemon sketch pages together. I've been thinking about trying to compile them. I don't know if I've been perfectly disciplined the whole time around, but I could always just do a stream where we catch up on the ones that I accidentally skipped, because I still have all of the notebooks. It wouldn't be super hard to like find them. We cannot name him Mr. Sticks because it's a bad combination with Mr. Stones for Mr. Bones. That's actually really funny. Yeah, it's like, because I was thinking the other day, it's like some of them are really cute, but like things like this of like Graveler being a helpful little footrest, I don't see that making it into it. But you know, like this or like this, and like we have little Eduardo the Slowpoke with the rose in his mouth, and yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. So like, yeah, I can see compiling them into an image and then deciding if it's anything. I know that I want to do, once they're all done, I'm going to retake all of their portraits on the same day so they all have the exact same lighting conditions. But I want to retake all of their photos and update the Pokédex, which I haven't shown today because it's not up to date, but I'll give it a quick flash on the screen. That's the Pokédex. You'll see some of them have, like Charmander is a good example. He's got slightly blue tinge to him because the color adjustment didn't quite work out perfectly evenly. The pink and the red ones tend to throw me off a little bit. So yeah, I want to set them all up and take their photos again, their portraits again, and get them looking all schmick. And then I'm thinking about doing a poster for those. I'm definitely going to get a framed print myself because it's something I can keep out on display where I can't keep 150 of them out without them getting dusty, ruined, or just in the way. But a framed print of something for the wall I think could be really, really cool and a nice little like memory of this event. And if it turns out nice, I'm going to think about offering it for sale as well. I love the bits and bobs sketches. Yeah, they have a charm to them, but I feel like that part of that charm is the fleeting nature of the stream and that they're capturing the story of what's going on. So. Alright, so for some reason I've started in the center top of the head, which is going to make this interesting, because what I should have done is started at the tip of the nose and worked backwards. Because then I could have flared this out. It's just... no, then there would have been a lot of color changes. I'm correct if I want to do this way, because the color changes have to fall this way. See, I knew I had a reason, I just didn't consciously know what it was. Alright, so we're 12 stitches around and I want to change it to a base of 4. You can't... hey, go over there. Thank you. So if it's 12 stitches around and we want to make it a square. And so that's 12 take 4 is 8. And then we have 4 gaps that we want to be even. So 8 divided by 4 is 2. So we know that it's 2 stitches in between each. Now these ones here I'm actually going to make 3s. So we're not going from 12 up to 16, we're going from 12 up to 20. Which is a big jump, but it's going to get the job done for us really fast and nicely. So that's good. I'm going to start being a responsible crafter. Any day now. I'll use a stitch marker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 12. Okay, cool. Just checking my stitch count. Hi Amy, I'm sorry that you can't sleep, but I'm glad that you can hang out for Arcanine. It's gonna be a long one. Like, I'm not ruling out doing a third today, but we'll see. We'll see how we go. Because like the pieces on this aren't that hard, it's just there's a lot of layers of fluffy pieces, which I tend to burn out on really fast. I love pigeons. I think pigeons are great. It would not surprise me if I pop out a pigeon pattern just randomly. I'm going to try and do a pattern video this week. I was a bit flip about it at the start of the video, but that's just because I'm not really super inspired at the moment. I'm going to try and do a pattern video this week. I'm going to try and make it something new rather than just reusing something, because I feel bad for my patrons that are very, very patient and kind and loving people who support me. But I don't know, sometimes I feel like they don't get the best new stuff. So I'm going to try and make something new this week so that it's not just something they've already seen. My fallback position is a cobra, though based on Arbok. But I feel like we've done a lot of snakes this year. I don't know. I don't know. I gotta do something to try and like boost my creativity a little bit. Yeah, Mr. Bones brushed Primeape for me yesterday. It's a Primeape update. He's here. And I actually fished out Mankey as well, because Mankey is the most cute little dumpling. Where's my little dumple gone? I swear he was just in my hand. Where'd you go, buddy? Did I put you back in the box? I fished Mankey out at the same time as I fished out Growlithe. Oh, he's in here. He's just buried. He got caught in a yarn avalanche. I love this little guy. So this is Mankey. We made him a while ago. I just wanted to have Mankey for scale. So we did manage to make, I was guessing last week, but we did manage to make Primeape slightly bigger. And fuzzy. So anyone who was worried about that, we did fuzzy him. That's as big as your head is getting, sir. Cobra Frog. No. How am I going to do stripes? I'm going to do stripes the same way I did them on here. They are just stitched on little lines. They worked really nicely on Growlithe, and I like to try and replicate things in the same evolutionary lines in general. The one difference, sorry, the one line where I didn't do that is the Poliwag line. Those tummy swirls are done different for every single one of them. And I'm not sorry, because those tummy swirls were an excellent like exploration of how to do a spiral. Oh yeah, sorry. He will have more limbs than that. I did warn you guys that he wasn't done. I just wanted to show that he has been fluffed. Yes, reject the responsibility. I support this. I've seen some of the draw this in your style type of videos. I don't know if crochet is that specific. I mean, I guess it is. It's like you can pick a Crafty Intentions pattern out of a lineup. I just don't know if I necessarily have a distinct style. My stuff just looks how it looks. You want to make a goose? I do have my fun new goose jumper. I'm a big fan of my goose jumper currently. Though, oh my goodness. So the same place that I got my goose jumper from, I wore the goose jumper on stream last week. And I also wore it in the video because I really like my goose jumper right now. They have a raccoon jumper. It's amazing. I'm going to go procure it at some point this week. I've been thinking about it. I need this jumper so badly in my life. Mantis shrimp I want to do as a big thing though, not necessarily as a little pattern. So mantis shrimp has kind of got an asterisk for me at the moment. Maybe not as much as Crafty Intentions, yeah. That's what I mean. It's just like I don't think I have a distinct style. I think I have maybe elements that are recognizable, but I'm still finding my style, and because I've been putting out patterns before I found a distinct voice, my stuff's always going to look a little wibbly wobbly. That said, I could probably comb back through and like pluck out a dozen or 2 dozen, honestly. There's like hundreds of them now. Like that I consider to be like quintessential, and I could probably base a style on that if I wanted to develop one further, but at the moment I'm just kind of having fun making stuff. Now see, I love blobfish, but they like the blobfish that, oh, sorry, I've talked about this before. Because I basically refuse to make a blobfish the way they look, the way people think of them, because that's actually a horrible mangled blobfish because it has it decompressed too quickly as they pulled it out of the depths of the ocean. Blobfish don't look like that. But if I make a blobfish the way they're supposed to look, people wouldn't recognize it as blobfish. And if I make a blobfish the way they're not supposed to look, then it's a poor mangled blobfish, and that's not nice. It's complicated. Knots. Here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I've just done 4 rows. Without even thinking. Just whipped them on out. Okay, so I'm at the top of the head, and I should have started the snout maybe the previous row. I'm going to have to like do some nonsense here, so I hope you'll all bear with me with my nonsense. You're normally pretty good about it. I think the nose will go, let's see, I want to make sure it's visually centered. There's 2 stitches there, so that's what we'll do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stitches until nonsense. And then how nonsensical do I want to be? I don't know yet. We'll work it out when we get there. Always want a particular pattern, but when I mention it, it makes CK cry. Oh no! Oh golly, I can whisper it to Mr. Bones or something, because I don't remember what that is, but it tracks. A reversible blobfish, so he's normal on one side and not the other. Okay, so I'm making the head. The head is cream, because if you actually look at what's going on the head of this fella, the only orange that you really see is around the little strips of the eyes, and so I'm going to do those as sew-on pieces, and that way I'll have a cream base to work from for everything else, and they're less likely to peek through. That said, I will be changing to orange once we hit sort of the underside of the head, because you can see, that should actually be closer to that, you can see orange body from there on out. So sorry, like the disclaimer here is he's gonna look a bit weird, but I think it's gonna work. Two, three. Oh, night Pamela, thank you for hanging out. maybe I'm not being as ridiculous as I think I am. Maybe I'm taking it down a notch. That's a first. Ah, yes, Kitticus Rex. It's good. That was the perfect amount of vague, but so that I like it scratched the itch and like, oh, I know what you're referring to. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I find it upsetting, but not in a like in a healthy, normal way, not a weird way. Right? Anyway, yeah. That said, I wouldn't mind doing some kind of like robot-y type of thing. Um, 4, 5. 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, good, good. Making progress. So we are at 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. You can turn Mr. Bones into a Terminator. He's busy having a little birthday party back there. He's got some friends. Have a little party. Is that enough of a snoot for you, sir, or do you need slightly more snootish? We'll see when we get there. We'll see when we get there. It's 6, 7, 8. Okay, that's the middle. So that'd be where I would be doing more nonsense if I was going to do more nonsense. See what happens if we don't. Mr. Bones, could you please not sign me up for armor right now? Remember that conversation we just had about the fact that I've just finished a big project and I need to tone it down for a little bit? But yeah, maybe like some kind of robot. I have to work out what I think a robot looks like.
So I had an idea, right?
Oh no.
What about like a really large owl dragon, you know? Like owl bear dragon?
That I can wear like a onesie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I should do that this week.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Made out of squogs.
Get out.
Squog scaled dragons.
I just scaled it.
Oh, you know how there's
It's Squirrel Gold. Squogger Gold.
Mirror
Squog.
This might freak you out a bit. Remember the frog, how they have the babies? It's like
Oh, with the little...
It's like squog, and it's got like armored squogs.
You squeeze the squog and a bunch of mini squogs pop out.
Moving on. Moving on. No. You know, I was fine, and then I wasn't.
Yeah.
Not fine.
You shouldn't play that game with me, love. You'll win a stupid prize.
Stupid prizes were won.
Cuddly but intimidating. The squaggin. Get on board the squaggin wagon. Squaggin on a flagon. Okay, I think going around again was a mistake, but we'll find out next row. There might just be a little bit of like frogging and restitching on this one. You love squaggin? You're on board the squaggin wagon? Okay. Dragon wings are so... Oh, Mr. Bones. Dragon wings are so last year. Beetle wings with the little beetle covers. Those are the new cool wings. It's not today. His birthday's not today, because that would be a security issue. But his birthday has fallen some point within a 7-day chunk of today. Okay, cool. So he's got a tiny snoot. And we know just what to do. Single crochet 3 together to pull that on in. So here we are. We have done top of the head. Top of the forehead to you. And we're about here. Now this is important, even though that looks like a horrifying cross section. It's just what sketches sometimes are. Because I can see I'm still heading basically straight down the back. And we're meant to be pulling in this snoot now. Quite aggressively as well. We're actually pulling that in further than the forehead was originally. Like if I look up here, we're going in further because the forehead came to there. Slopping it on in. So we'll do that. Why are you not behaving? Don't do that. That's a bad idea. Your son is currently a pet dragon and has been for many months. No, well, see, that's cute. And I'm sure he loved his wings as well. Do I want to crochet with black thread? No. Nobody does. Nobody ever has or ever will. And we know that because that's definitely a trait that died out through suffering. We evolved past it. Turns out there's a biological imperative to not be able to do it. One. A cute little adorable dragon, but the dragon is the glowy part of the anglefish style mimic. You'll need to stop. Not martini, that doesn't count. Your skeleton's wet. Only dry skeletons count. Not to justify the process of making it. Well, that's too bad. But is it a squaggin? Okay, we have a snoot. It's a pretty good snoot. Still needs to be tucked in a little bit more, but we'll deal with that in a second. We are down to 20 stitches again. I want to get down to 18 and that will like I said, we'll deal with that in a second. It's gonna be fine. Because of drift, I can now just like do something slightly off center, but it should straighten out because of it, which is good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Weird. 7. Can I not count? $11. I cannot count. That's okay though. We'll fix it. Okay. Where do y'all get your fun shirts? This is such a weird question, I know. But like, every so often I'm on Facebook because I've got Messenger through there and that's how I keep in contact with some people. And I get served ads, right? And I pay attention to the ads because sometimes they're funny. But I'm seeing some shirts on there that I really, really like, but I'm almost certain are a scam because if I like it, it probably is a scam. They're kind of like, and I'd like to be able to find like the original or make sure that I'm at least buying from the original or at least thinking about buying from the original. But like there was one called, I think it was like Purple Hecate or Hecate. I don't know how to pronounce that. That had like these tarot cards that were skeletons crocheting. And I'm just like, that's my brand in a t-shirt. I must possess this thing, but then I'm not sure if the website's real or not. So where are you guys getting your fun shirts? If you have fun shirts? Yeah. I'm just throwing that one out there. If no one has an answer, that's also fine. I will continue trying to work it out. QWERTY? Okay. I've not heard of that one. That's excellent. Walmart, we don't do that here. That said, I am a big W kind of shopper. Most of the time. It's just like, every so often I get like that, like I see something, I'm just like, you know what, no, I think that's worth maybe a little bit. Okay, fine, I'll spend a little money. Just a little bit, just a scooch. A schmackerel, as Winnie the Pooh would say. You get your fun shirts from me. Well, that's very cute. Yeah, I want to try and make some time to maybe make some more, like play around with more designs, not necessarily put them out, but like play around with some more, maybe get some samples printed and see if there's another one that I would like to release. The Everybody Frogs one is such a solid thing. I don't think it's replicatable. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But yeah, I have some ideas, and I might do some mock-ups. So over the next few months, you might see me wearing some stuff that are actually just samples. 7. Okay, I've never been more sure that I don't know how to count than I am right now. You want a Purple Menace shirt? Cool. I'm gonna make a note about QWERTY, because like I refuse to do Shein, even though they show me pictures of things that I like. Of course they do. They know that people like them because they've stolen them from everywhere. That's not true. I shouldn't say stuff like that. I don't trust Shein and I don't trust Temu, and that is my stance on those two places. That is my opinion. That is just an opinion. Okay, I think it's time to change to the orange, honestly. I possibly am even late on it. That previous row almost should have been in orange. But we'll do it now. Ooh, I'm writing these down. Draguna. Everybody squogs. It's the exact same shirt, but the picture, instead of being the regular froggy one, it's this. It's just like, I don't even remember what the text is. Is it all at the bottom? Everybody squawks. And just like that, we're one layer deep. You send a photo to your sister and ask her to make the vinyl for you? Well, it's part of the reason why I, like, a lot of the time, if you guys see me wearing something that you like, it's probably from Dangerfield. It's got all of those, like, fun, creaturey things that I always wanted and never realized. That's why I'm, like, so in love with this raccoon sweater. I'm tempted to find a picture of the raccoon sweater, but I'm afraid that if I show you guys, I'll sell out. Not that there's that many people here, but, like, you can see it when I've gotten mine, okay? But like, yeah, the fun little creature. I'm just creaturey. I just never realized how creaturey I am. Dangerfield gets it. It's a little on the pricey side, but he gets it. Alright, I think I'm just doing a row of 18, but I think we're changing to our orange to do so. Sorry, I'm going to focus and just get some more of this done. Okay, I now understand what was happening. That was my color change already set up. Okay, we've got a name list. We have Kindle, Fluffire, and Mr. Tobeans. Hey, Devil in the Details 666, cousin's wedding present is done. You must be nearly finished your to-do list from last week at this point, right? Unless you added more to it, which is also perfectly legitimate. Why is everyone distracting me? I think the Arcanine drawing is cute. He's just a little guy. Oh, it wasn't related to the shirt combo? That's fine. Turtle. Night, Heather. Sleep well. Oh, and night, Rachel, and good night to anybody else who's currently peeling off. I understand the appeal of peeling off. We've already peeled the Arcanine, so I know it's appealing. You've gotten all the birthday gifts and homework from last week done, but you've added several other things to it. Yeah, doesn't matter. Life is a space-filling curve. You gotta do the things. You got an impressive amount done during last week's stream, as I was just sitting here playing with my string. So it's good. It's good motivation for me. All right, we are currently on this picture. We are here. We have crossed into the orange. I think it's time for me to start growing the back. The front kind of is just maybe a little bit, but not really. It's going to be covered by a bib, so I don't really need to do much shaping there. I can kind of just let it do its thing. So yeah, we need to just like swoosh that back right on out, which is interesting because the back is right at the end of our row. Not ideal, but we can make it work. So we'll stitch all the way around, let's say 13 stitches, leaving me 5 to work with. And then I will do like an increase 3 here and then increases on either side, which should give me, it should start a spine, and we'll work out what to do in the next one. Ooh, you finished your knife? That's exciting. Oh, you're very welcome, Angry Bear Ironworks. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, Coletti Spaghetti, what happened? Wait, do I want to know? I never feel like I react appropriately to other people's terrible news. It's a lot of pressure. So this feels like the setup for a joke though, so hopefully that's the right vibe. Okay, I'm going to trim off the cream. I'm going to tie these two together. Here's Gwummy. Tuck, tuck, tuck. There we go. Oh no! Gengar is not a pupil blinker. Someone disprove this, please. Oh no, I don't want to know that. You're right, that is terrible news. I don't even know where to file that. I'm just like, okay, cool, I guess that's something I just have to know now? My boy wouldn't do that to us. He knows better. He knows to blink the whole eye, and he can change shape. So that means he can blink the whole eye if he wants to, which means he's only pupil blinking because he thinks he'll get a fun reaction out of us. And I suppose he did. So he did a good job, and now he can stop it and go back to blinking normally. Oh, pupil blinking. Okay, so are you familiar with, it's basically when Pokemon look like they have normal eyes, like with the sclera and a pupil, right? That's right, we're getting a drawing. So it's like they've got a normal eye. This is just a normal eye. Not a good Pokemon eye, but a normal eye. Where normally when you blink this eye, it would blink like this. Right? That's a blunk, right? Except, no, when they're a pupil blinker, instead it blinks like this. And it's upsetting. It's very, very upsetting. It's rough. Onyx is a pupil blinker, we discovered. I think, and now we just check. We check just in case, because an uncomfortable number of them do the thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's up to 22. Clean. Ink 3, ink. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Good. I hate that. Yeah, we all hate that. We took a vote. We hate that. Weeping Bell, pupil blinker. It's icky. I think they can also blink the whole eye. I don't know if that's better or worse. to like have the ability to do either is uncomfy. So yeah, now we're just constantly on the lookout for sneaky back spikes, toe beans, and pupil blinking. Which is like, I've had Pokemon as part of my life for 20 years. You think I ever noticed that their pupils are the thing that blinks? Nope. That's been gifted to me by stream. Because I get having like a second eyelid or a membrane. Like a lot of like frogs and lizards have that. And that's cool. That's different. That's different. It's different to just blinking the pupils. It's kind of like with my eye. If I was just like blinking the little pupil in the inside, just like bleep bleep, while my eye stayed open. Horrible. You ever see something doing that? Run. They're secretly birds. Most things are. Hey, if you were secretly a bird, what bird would you be? Because I'm thinking about it now. And I have a fondness for pigeons, but I don't think I am a pigeon. Really like crows. But I think that everybody would want to be a crow. And I feel like crows are aspirational, and so like not everybody gets to be the best bird. I don't know what I am. I have nothing but respect for what people call bin chickens, but I also don't think I am one. So this bears further ponderance. You think you'd be a magpie? That's fun. What's hard about it is that I think like elements of me are different things. Like we have rainbow lorikeets, right? And they are silly. They are silly and they are smart and they are fun. But I am not always silly, smart and fun. The kingfisher? Just going to assume that's a typo, Amy. Do I still have the pigeon head? I do still have the pigeon head. I'm not putting it on. Today is not a pigeon head kind of day. On the bright side, I now have an idea for how to hint at the eldritch horrors being non-human in the story. I'm like, yeah, you do. Get that pupil blinking going and people like work it out right away. The lyrebird? That's a fun one. Oh, you don't like Australian magpies? Oh, maybe like a willy wagtail. I have a fondness for them. They have fancy eyebrows. And their song is like... That could be a little willy wagtail. Or like a giant red tail black cockatoo. That sounds fun to me as well. How about shoebill? Nah, shoebills are the wrong vibe. Like, shoebill, like regardless of the fact that their PR campaign has kind of failed them, I feel like shoebills have a really intense vibe, and that's just not really my thing. I don't know, I really have to think about it. Because, like, there are vultures that can, like, breathe fire. That's pretty close to being a dragon. By breathe fire, I mean they, like, spit stomach acid at things to get the digestion process started. But, that's cool. But I don't think that's... I mean, I have special skills. But not quite at the vomiting fire level. How far back does a good boy's back go? So, we've turned our corner. We're here and here, and we're like here. So there we are. Our rows currently are like this. So we need to go out at least 2 more times, possibly 3. Which is pretty good, because we won't need to like start tucking in the front until at least that 3rd row as well, because like this is like... the underside of this is going to be very interesting, but I will deal with that when I got it. He's starting to look very... This image would require, out of context, would require some explanation, but within context, we all know what's going on, so it's fine. Let's see, so that would make this 18. Ink 3, and 5 to finish, bringing us up to 30. I wish I could say I'd be a crow, but they're way too dignified for me. I don't know, I've seen them dangle upside down. Crows can be dang silly. I'd be one of those pigeons that builds its nest somewhere absurd and gets featured on stupid tough nests. Okay, fair enough. Oh yeah, no, magpies have rage issues, but they can also recognize faces. So, like if they're a local magpie and you're a local human, you can sometimes find a level. That said, some magpies just get real aggro. They do. Like there's a reason you walk around with ice cream containers on your head during certain times of year in certain places. Currently listening to a magpie outside your window. Sounds like someone's trying and failing to start their car over. I actually love the way magpies sound. My nana accidentally befriended the local flock, and whenever we see her, there's just like this puff of magpies around her. Magpies and the little green parrots. It's like to the point where it was a running gag that at some point we would just see her flying off into the distance with a bunch of little maggies. Like, this is a magpie, right? This is my nana. Getting flown off into the distance. Just a little old lady. Just flown away by her flock. Off she goes. And then we just never see her again. That said, I think there's a big difference between the magpies that have set up shop in like city centres and the magpies I'm talking about are a very wild flock. My parents' farm backs out onto state forestry. So like that be where the wild things are that have not had necessarily negative experiences with people. I give is it Piwaka Waka vibes? Because I am dying to know what that is. Hold on. I'm going to do a risky Google. Piwaka Waka. Oh, amazing. They have the best eyebrows. Look at them. They remind me a lot of the, they're the New Zealand fantails, right? Yeah, I was going to say they remind me a lot of like the Australian. I don't know if they're called fantails or like, I know them as like willy wagtails over here, but like, there's also like the fantail ones that don't look quite like that, but they look a lot like that. They remind me of those. So like, cool. That's cool. I like that comparison. I'll take it. Your fiance got hurt by an Aussie magpie as a kid. He got a dent in his hand still from that bird. Yeah, I'm telling you, the birds. They got the rage. Think you'd be a plover? Perfect little blank face until I decide to be mad. You know what? That's good. That's a good. I have a soft spot for. Okay, look, I do love Aussie magpies because I think they're so funny. I love watching them. Like they like to dangle upside down from laundry and stuff, and that's just like that will never not be hilarious to me. Also, some years it gets really warm and the fruit on the trees and the flowers and stuff ferment, and so like you get a lot of like drunken parrots and magpies and flying around falling off things, and it's always very funny. Yeah, I love birds doing bird things. I saw some pink and grey galahs recently, just absolutely nonsensically having the best time in the top of a tree. And a crow who was clearly captivated by its instincts to take sticks and put sticks somewhere, but had not quite worked out what it was supposed to do with said sticks. And it's just really, really fun watching little creatures like doing things and not really know why they're doing them, but being really intense about knowing they have to do this thing. I'm a Kia. Okay. Hang on, let me Google Kia. Oh, they're fun. Look at them. Oh, and I get to be a large parrot. That means I get to get things done. Okay, that back is starting to curve slightly. That's the drift at play. Hummingbird is the symbol of their god of war. You recently watched a crow try to hassle a blue jay and get its butt kicked by the blue jay. Yeah, crows are inherently cowards, but they're very smart cowards. And so, like, what I'm interpreting as cowardice is actually just knowing what battles are worth it. Okay. I kind of just want to... How nuggety can I make this boy? Because his head is so big, I kind of feel like I have to keep expanding. Like the Roman Empire. But, I'm worried about the drift that's happening. Because, like, any adjustments I make at this point is going to start looking even more crooked. But maybe I've just got him looking slightly off to one side. Maybe I just embrace the wonkiness, like I always do. Because it's a pain in the butt to try and fix it. If it's crooked, then it's probably a complicated knots pattern. What's happening here? Hummingbirds are mean? Zealand birds are very like highly specialized into being what they are. Is it the moa, that massive bird? I think it's extinct now, but like you guys had a massive bird at one point. It had no business being there, but it was there. And then you've got the kiwis, who we talked about last week, who just like kiwis, man. I don't even know where to start to list how odd they are as a bird. Yeah, he's looking just slightly off to the side. It'll be fine. You don't think you're a bird? You're not a flock person? There's plenty of like solo birds, like solitary birds. That's fine though. You don't have to be a bird. Just I find it really hard to relate to mammals. They go into torpor? Torpor? Is it torpor? Torpor at night. Your brother would be a dodo. Ooh, basket weaver bird's a fun choice. I like that. I've got a soft spot for like little fairy wrens. I don't think I am one. I just have a little soft spot for them. They're just like these tiny little like, they're like this big. They're tiny. They're like little bluebirds that like, the boys are bright blue and the jennies are like soft grey with like bluish tails. Very sweet. And just like, my goodness, they can be opinionated sometimes. They will chatter your ears off, but like watching them play in the sprinklers stuff is adorable. Cassowaries are the kings of mean birds. Those things are battle turkeys. Nothing good can be done after 2 a.m, so it needs to wait till later when it's actually morning here. That's probably for the best. That said, with only one sleep to go, that's pretty good. It's basically finished. I like ducks. That's good. A duck is a good... Ducks? Okay. I like ducks in theory. I mean, like, having ducks. Ducks are way dirtier than chickens. I've said it. I'm not... This is duck slander now. But, like, ducks are filthy. Is that enough butt for you, sir, or do you need more booty? You're a very booty dog. I made you kind of stumpy. But you are supposed to be, like, large and upright. So, like, I feel like we're getting... I might be able to make that work. I kind of feel like it needs to be one more. Just one more bigger. Which makes sense. I did mark out 3. The diagram knows. I'm just fighting it for some reason. It's good, though. It's coming out good. It's looking exactly like it's supposed to, even though I know it looks a little odd. You'd be an orange cat because you're always losing the brain cell. Yeah, lyrebirds have been known to chainsaws, car alarms, the local radio. Very funny. Lyrebirds are very entertaining. Okay, so I slandered ducks and now I want to make up for it a little bit. So okay, I say ducks are dirtier than chickens. However, I will say that ducks are lovely and smooth and chickens have all the corners. So like, if you like nice rounded things, then that's a duck. And if you want something that's pointy with all the corners, that's chickens. Forget what the vulture is called. It's a US vulture whose face looks like a dragon. Is that the one that I was talking about before that like spits stomach acid? It's basically like fire. Oh, hey, cool. The mower. I nailed it. Human-sized eagles. Honestly, wedge-tailed eagles, massive. I was, and always will be, surprised at how tiny bald eagles are. That's not me firing shots at the Americans in the chat, by the way. Oh, I'm set to top chat. That's my bad. That's not me like, haha, your national bird is tiny. But like, I was surprised at how like, it's kind of the size of like a roast chicken, whereas like the wedge-tailed eagle can carry off a toddler. And they're like, they are not the same. Whereas I always kind of thought that they were the same type of thing, and they are not. There is a scale at play there. The weirdest thing I've ever made. Yours is a pair of chicken tights for a Peter Rabbit exhibition. Yeah, okay, that's a sentence. Weird. I don't know. Weird is relative. Like, I took 100 pieces of crochet and stitched them into a snail once. Some might consider that weird. I consider that a Tuesday. I made a puppet 2 weeks ago. That was kind of odd. I've stitched it onto crochet to a canvas. That's also kind of unusual. Yeah, I intend to start growing crystals on crochet just to see if I can. So, yeah, weird is kind of relative. If you mean like the overall shape, probably any of the Franken patterns, though they do end up being my favorite creatures sometimes. The pigeon head I've made isn't, I don't think that's that weird. I just think that it's cringy. Let's have a quick scope of the room. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry. Like I think weird is relative. Yeah, see, I love the Franks because they always push me into new and interesting territory. Because like I have the lizard thingy, I had the caterpillar, and then I had the big snail. I was like, all of those are just so cool, and they never would have turned out like that if I was just sitting down to design something. I never would have done that. That said, I don't know. When I'm looking for an idea, I don't tend to reach for Franks either. You kind of really need to be playing with a person for Franks. Oh wait, what was my most recent Frank? I've done a Frank very recently, and I should remember what it looked like, how it turned out. What did I make? Was it a frog? It was probably a frog. It was a frog! It was a frog. Funnily enough, one of the more like normal frogs that I've made. Conceptually, pigeon head is rather weird, although that's your opinion. Oh yeah, no, like it made sense in the context of its time. Fall Guys was big. I'm a fan of the snail. I like experimenting with stuff. It's not the size that counts, that's fair. I didn't say it had to be big, just sort of weird. Yeah. But then like when I'm designing stuff, I am specifically designing stuff that I think people will like. So sometimes that means it's fringe, and sometimes it means it's banal. Like my screaming opossum, right? Some might think that's weird. I think it's exactly what I've wanted all my life. What's up?
I've got a pitch for your weirdest one.
Okay.
That would be your owlbear.
Which one?
The
big one?
Borders Get Through one.
Well, see, like, I don't even count that as, like, don't get me wrong, I drafted that, but, like, it's not my shape.
But the reason why I would say it's weird is because it's a bear, whereas the other ones are living creatures, whereas that is... Sorry,
I just want to clarify something. I designed the pattern for that, 100%. It's just, it's based on a picture from a game, not from my brain.
Sorry.
I just wanted to clarify.
But yeah, the other ones are, like, the creatures themselves, whereas the owlbear is you've designed a bear that imitates a creature. So that's why I think that one's the strangest, because it's the only one up there that's like a teddy bear.
Maybe. Do I have any up there?
Yeah, you got one up there.
My spine doesn't work that way. No, I don't.
Top right, behind the Halloween tree.
Oh yeah, okay, I can just see it peeking out. Yeah, see, I like the possum. I like the possum. I like the mimics. I just have a soft spot in my heart for mimics. I don't know what it is about them, but like I love them. As soon as I found out that they were a thing, I love them. But then like I found out about owlbears, and I still need to go back and I've been talking about this for years now. I was just like I have not expressed myself properly when it comes to owlbears, and I don't know what's missing, but something's missing. I've done little ones, and I've done the big squishy one, but there's just. It's just, I'm not done with that. I'm not done yet. My goodness, I've been just nattering on. Let's get this done. Let's do a decrease there and a decrease there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, okay. He's looking off to one side. I think it's fine. It's going to look majestic. So I'm starting to close off the front a little bit now. Thought after the mimic you would have done a monster book of monsters. I was approached to create the patterns for I mean, it's been over a year now, so I feel like I could talk about it maybe. I was approached to create patterns for a book of that nature, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Honestly, it wasn't worth it. Like, it would have been me doing something for just to like be part of something cool, but what they were paying the designers was perfectly reasonable, but it was far more worth it with me having the platform that I have for me to put out the patterns on my own platform instead, and keep my name in it, you know, like. So I had to make the call to not do the cool thing and instead do, you know.
Either you're not saying it on purpose or you don't remember. I remember the company name if you wanted to know.
I'm not saying it on purpose.
Okay.
Owlbear onesie, I need to become the owlbear. Well, maybe I am the owl. Oh my goodness, how did I forget owls? I know what bird I am. I'm an owl. Just like nattering on about what birds I am. It's like, no, there is an obvious answer here. I'm an owl. Oh, maybe I'm confused. Sorry, you were talking about like the Monster Book of Monsters from Harry Potter. I forget Harry Potter exists most of the time. I think the implications of whatever a pack of spectral hounds means is lost on me, guys. I'm sorry. That said, it's like, I would like to put out a book at some point. If I did not consider it to be like, I think it'd be a fun item for me. I'm getting nostalgic about stuff. I'm a collector. You mean I've showed you some of the books. It's like, it'd be cool to have my own book, but only if the situation lines up right. I think a Galar is a really fun choice, Darcy. That's like I was just talking about. Like, I love watching Galars just doing Galar things. I like the idea of a laptop cover that's a monster book. Did I get permission to sell the D&D patterns because you want to write some? Look, nothing I say is legal guidance, but my patterns aren't based strictly on like specific D&D designs. They are designed on monsters that I'm pretty sure are considered like public domain and fair use. So, like, don't rip off other people's designs, but that's kind of the no-brainer part of that. It's not like with like Disney where they own everything, and it's not. I'm not marketing mine as being like this mimic, looking like this mimic from the thing. Mimics are way more public domain in the gaming space. At least that's my stance until proven. Like I said, this isn't legal advice. I will deal with that problem if I ever encounter it. Okay. Oh, I'm accidentally making him a little snail boy. I think I need to start closing everything off aggressively. The time has come. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is that 24 stitches back to the start? That is so many stitches. 36. No, that's only 36. So it would have been 26 stitches back to the starting point. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 36. Okay, and we're down to 36 now. So I would like to close off the front and the back of the puppy. Put 3 decreases on either end. Sorry, I'm just thinking this out a little bit here. So I'll work this first chunk. 1. You want to do what I'm doing with Pokemon with D&D monsters? Okay, well, honestly, I need to do another scan through my channel and make sure that I've deactivated the Pokemon ones. But like, I am careful when it comes to that sort of thing. Again, none of this is legal advice, but I don't sell Pokemon patterns. I make the notes that I have available for free to my patrons as a sharing thing, because I feel like it is the only way I can share them. But they are not listed on my Etsy for sale for a reason. And I'm even kind of conflicted about having them on YouTube, and I should probably take them down. But like this, what I'm doing right here, this is performance art. So find your own level of risk that you're comfortable engaging with. That's my advice. The scream I scrumped when I saw him. Wait, who are we screaming? Who do we see? Who did we make eye contact with that has you scrumpting? You have a cool name suggestion? Oh, you want to have a cool name suggestion, but you don't have one. That's okay. Like, we still have plenty of time on this one here. You might come up with something. Or maybe you'll find somebody else, or maybe somebody else will make a suggestion that you really like, and you can get behind that one there. Oh, you saw him? He's a good boy. Seven back to the start. That was almost even. It was as even as it probably could have been. So I'm pretty pleased with that. That brought me down to 30, but I don't want him to have like a full-on pointy butt. We're on track for him to have a very pointy butt if I'm not careful. So we'll just make sure that we stuff that appropriately. And I will keep... Maybe we decrease around this front half and just give that back a little bit more depth. We're about halfway down the butt here, and we are about here on the chest, so we're just narrowing off. The finishing off point's going to end up about here, which is good, because it'll be tucked away and hidden by all kinds of things. Mr. Bones, I would also be interested in knowing what our name list is currently looking like. I feel like it's been a little bit since I saw it. I know that it had Kindle on it. And Fluffire was in there, in the mix. All very good names. I think I want to fit 6 stitches in this front half. How many stitches is there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 13, 14, 15. Interesting. Okay. So if I have 15 stitches. 5, 1. I could put a decrease on either side. That's an easy way to get 4. No, I know what I need to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need to go 3 and space 2, space 2. Cool. That's spacing. I'm working out spacing. So that's 2 repeats of a decrease in 1, a single crochet 3 together, and 2 repeats of a 1 and a decrease. And then round back to the start. So that uses up 1, 2, 3. That uses up 15 stitches. I already know that. Leaving me 15 stitches back to the start. Taking away 5, leaving me with 25 stitches. No? 20. That's so weird. I said 25 stitches. But the math is actually 24, and what I've written down is 24. So I guess my left brain is looking out for me a little bit there. The communicative part of my brain is just like, no, we're just going to write the correct answer down. It'll be fine. Shh, don't tell the awake brain. It's fine. It's fine. Shh. Petition to name him Good Boy? Yes, but what name goes on all of his formal paperwork? Oh. Garfield, when you meet him at the 10-year reunion and he's grown up and become a lumberjack. Oh, Putty or Luffy. Oh, cute. Kindle, Fluffy, Mr. Toebeans. Okay, well, Good Boy has been suggested and seconded, so I guess it makes it to the list. Even if he is currently a worm. Which I suppose answers that question. Yes, I would still love him if he was a worm. Okay, and now we stitch. Good Boy, also good as Rufflefluff. Oh yes, please remember to like, comment, and subscribe. That's a thing that YouTubers say. I always forget to ask you guys to do stuff like that. But y'all are pretty good about doing it anyway, so I appreciate you. I'm just sort of accidentally-ing a lot of this. The goodest goober. Okay, there we go. He's got a little bit of a pointy booty happening, but like it's fine. There's gonna be a tail over the top and a bunch of legs and stuff. Close off that way. I think that's pretty accurate. I think he might be a little skinny, but he's pretty accurate. So we're at 24. I think maybe I'll close off evenly at this point. It's kind of an interesting maneuver, but we're gonna give it a go. We're gonna see if we'll see how this plays out. I'm gonna put weights in the feet to help him stand, so his body doesn't need any weights, and his body doesn't need eyes snapped in either. In case anybody's stressing about that. I really appreciated the reminder on Graveler though. So yeah. Subscribe or this puppy gets it. No, we don't do that. Honestly, if you're talking in chat, you've already subscribed, so it's fine. It makes it easier to moderate that way, that's all. Smash that like button. My goodness. Yeah. That's the thing. That's the thing that happens. I bet you can't subscribe with your pinky finger in the next 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah, I don't know. I am late come to the YouTube game, and so by the time I got here, I kind of feel like people already kind of know. They know about the like button. They know about that subscribe button. They know about these things. They don't need, it's not like the generation of YouTubers that came before me who had to educate people. That's where like smash that like button, smash that subscribe button stuff. Like they had to find ways to educate the folk. I'm riding on that coattail. You folk already know where those buttons are. You already know if you want to see more of this. You already know if you're interested in chatting away, or if you're not, and that's fine. If you want to like cast me out into the universe and hope the universe remembers to bring me back, that's on you. That's fine. It's a heck of a way to live, but that's on you. Just Sir Kindle Fluffire Toebean's goodest of the good boy goobers Rufflefloof. Does he taste like s'mores? He tastes like wet dog. What kind of question is that? You licked the stream. Tastes spiky this week. Wait, it should taste smooth. Because, like, look. He refuses to stand on his head. It's very funny to me. He just always finds a way to be up the right way. Rocks make things more fun. There's a reason why rock and roll makes it a party. That's all I'm saying. Okay, you're a good little nugget. You've got a bit of a pointy booty, but it's a good little nugget. I'm nailing this one. We're down to 18, so we're good. 6. Shade decrease. Oh, night, not Martini. Sleep well. And welcome back, Not Martini. Please enjoy the rest of the stream on replay. That joke is still funny to me. You guys let me know if it starts wearing thin for you. What on earth is Tiger Tail ice cream? Is it like orange and chocolate or something like that? You think he tastes like Cheetos? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There we go. Oh, orange and black licorice. Interesting. Like, I'm not, yeah, no, I'm the same at the moment, whereas, like, I'm actively trying to get him to balance up this way, and I'll consider it a victory if I can. But he just somersaults to victory. It's the best. There's no reason why it should work that effectively. The other weights are all just, like, kind of just chilling and doing their thing, but he will somersault up the right way and, like, ta-da! Oh yeah, no, he looked, yeah. Sorry, that's what we know as Cheetos. I think that's what Mr. Bones is referring to, the cheese and bacon balls, the little Cheeto ones. Yeah. Whereas I think you're talking about, like, what is traditionally known as the Cheeto, which is more of a puff. Cycling back to food. Okay, cool. We have managed the main sausage of our dog. Here we go. We're not making bad time, but we're not making the best time either. So if we pick it up a little bit, I honestly, I think there's just still too many pieces to go. I'm trying my best for you guys. Given that we only have, what, 21 to go after this? We only have 21 to go after this? I'm feeling some inherent pressure to try and finish them all by the end of July, which is next month. That means in the next 8-9 weeks. That's because today is the 1st of June and stream is falling on the 1st of June. It actually means we're having 5 streams this month and then 4 streams next month. So we have 9 streams to potentially knock off the last 21. But that means that we have to, like, really get through these. That's just not that many to go at all, is it? Oh, ooh. I'm fine. Are you all fine? My nervous system's not reacting. I'm getting a bit hungry. It's okay though. Alright, so I'm going to make some little eye patches just so he stops looking quite as odd. 2, 3, and a picot because they're pointy. The inner edge of these will be covered up by a fluff piece, and so I don't have to be super careful about the shaping on one side, just on the other, where it leads up into the ear. Oh, we're about to get some caffeinated skeleton noises. Yep, cool. That works. Eyes. Magic ring. 3 single crochet. Picot. 3 single crochet. Do, do. Finish off. And we're done. Ba-da, ba-da, ba-da.
I was just filling up the water jug, but you know what? Caffeinated skeleton sounds good.
It's a bit late for coffee. Or it's not, or it's the perfect time for coffee.
No, it just turned over midnight.
No, it's 3
In
p.m.
California.
It's 3 p.m., honey. I don't want to deal with skeleton zoomies all evening. Can you send some caffeination to Mitch? No, Mitch can get his own. There's a reason why you have to fight skeletons when you encounter them in games, because they're all protecting their coffee. Oh, yeah, sorry. The choices today were Mr. Bones' selections. Sorry, he's zooming. Mr. Bones' selections because it's his birthday chunk. There we go. We've actually pinned something in place. Bat dog. Yeah, that's good. And keeping in mind that we're going to do like pieces to fluff him out a little bit, this will look right. Okay, so 21 divided by 9 equals 2 and a bit a week. So if I can do 3 in one episode, then you can do 2 a week till your personal decided to... Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like we got to keep going because I know that there's going to be a lot left. We've got some big ones left. We have Venusaur left, we have Zapdos left, we have Gyarados left. We've just got some big ones left that I know will potentially take up entire episodes on their own. So I'm just trying to like be over prepared, and if we can keep trucking along at 3 per week, it'd be ideal. Because like you have to factor in all the little tiny things that can get real chaotic real fast if you're not watching out for them. That said, I should probably start trying to work on that video now, because that tapestry video was... I ended up with 545 gigabytes of footage for that. It was editing down over 50 hours. It was, or 40 hours or whatever it was. It was like the biggest ever, to the point where I actually had to delete source footage because I just can't store that kind of... I can't store that much footage forever. It doesn't work that way. So yeah, I see this Pokemon video as... I need to script it. That's what I see it as. I see it as I need to script it and work out what visuals I need. Because I've got all the stream content, but it's not necessarily the best quality footage. Never really cracked that one. Gyarados is the final video. I'm thinking about it. Oh, thank you for the productivity vibes, Devil in the Details. I'm worried that you might need them for yourself, given what you sign up for, but like, I appreciate those high quality productivity vibes. Yeah, I'm thinking about Gyarados as the final. I'm also thinking about possibly Mewtwo as the final. We've still got him in the list. Gyarados will be a special, if that makes sense. Like, I'm perfectly comfortable to be like, today we're making Gyarados and that's all we're doing. Settle on in, children. Yeah. There may even be extra cameras that I set up for the last couple, just to get footage, and maybe the story of I crocheted all 151 Pokemon is the story of me crocheting one of them, but with the story of all of the others happening in the background. I don't know. I'm gonna watch a bunch of like Deep Pocket Monster collection videos or something and work out how other people have done it and base it on that. Okay, his eyes are not close enough together and they're kind of spaghettified right now. But it's an approximation only. Let's do some legs. They always come together really fast when they have legs. Oh, I'd love a grape.
Just rinse them.
I would just have to thank you. Look at the size of this grape. That is a single grape. My hand is not that small. I know it looks like my hand might just be small, but like, no. The grape is big. Oh, look, nose for scale. What am I going to stream once I'm finished? We still have all the other gens to go. I might take a little break in the middle to do... Like, I don't mean a break from streaming. I mean, like, we might just do something else on stream for a couple of weeks. But... the grapes are so good this year. I did not see the size of the orange you got off your tree last night. Wouldn't it be creepy if I had? Yeah, but then we're just going to continue on with Gen 2. We're already a quarter of the way through Gen 2. We've made 25 of them so far. I intend to get them all done. We're I think just over 19% of the way through all Pokemon Yeah, not including regional forms or like megas or anything, but like we're 19% of the way through the base forms of everything. Yeah, I don't have a banana for scale, I'm sorry. Yeah, the grapes are huge this year. Huge. You have to almost cut them up to eat them. They're so good though. Speaking of big, I reckon this boy has big paws or little paws? I reckon he has bigger paws. I'll try 12s, and then the leg can be 9 around, and I think that might be about right. Right, I'm just gonna pop into the Discord because I get the impression I'm about to look at an orange. I am about to look at an orange! Oh! Is that... Yes, okay, cool. The timing lines up. That is the correct orange. That is an eldritch quality orange right there. I like that you have the scared little pup for sale. Scale. That orange has seen some things. Back in my day, we had to grow uphill. Sorry, I'm now not reacting to chat at all. I'm reacting to Discord. I'm gonna swap back and pay attention to what I should be. Big paws? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, those are some good sized paws for him, I think. Paws for effect. Yeah, and then the leg of 9 should be good. So we'll just make some paw now. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I probably could have done the magic ring in the toe bean colour. Is the toe bean colour the same colour as his fluff? Because it's not too late for me, like, adjust the thinking. Earring 6, orange. You're glad I didn't say banana. 6 increases. 2, and then we'll do a little single crochet 3 together at the front, and that should leave us with 10 stitches remaining. Might want to do it a little differently than that, so we'll think about that when the time comes. Maybe we do 3 decreases. No, because 3 decreases and 3 single crochet gets us down to 6. We don't want to do that. No, wait, that's right. Wait, no, it's not. There we go. Okay, we're good. I'm good. I can math. I can count. What are you talking about? Oh. Yeah, get Mitch, Darcy. Or at least have your phone with you, please. What kind of brush do I use for fuzzy? It is known as a slicker brush. It is a wire bristled pet grooming brush that I literally picked up from our local like grocery store. They have like a pet care aisle with like toys and treats for dogs and dog food and stuff in it. It's just literally a pet grooming brush. You're looking for one with the kind of sharp wire bristles. That's why it's a slicker brush. And that's what I use. They're pink. Are they pink beans? This is important. I need to scroll back up. Pink beans. Oh, it's hard to tell in the shadow of that image, but I guess it's pink. Did I just lean onto the camera? Hello? Oh, there I am. Oh, I have long eyelashes today. Blink, blink. Okay, pink beans it is. I can do pink. Why wouldn't I do pink? Daiquiri. Oh, cool. Excellent. See, this is why it's good to have, like, stream. Like, do this on stream. If I was doing this by myself, the number of, like, mistakes I would make, not maliciously, of course, but just, like, the number of times there's, like, a sneaky back spike or a sneaky little toe bean snuck onto one of the hands, and I would just look at it and be like, nah, you know what? No one knows that's there. no one minds if I skip that. I'd be wrong, because y'all notice. It's just this way you notice in time to help me instead of just like punish me for my crimes against the Pokemon. You're doing black instead because your orange fur is dark and looked a bit weird to me with super light. And that makes sense. Yeah, I'm a firm believer in using colours that look right together over ones that look specifically matchy to the sprites. This is why we're doing a very red looking Arcanine today, even though the sprite is very like yellow orange. It's just like, no, the dark red is going to look better. It's going to look more correct. It's also why I'm using cream instead of a yellow for the fluff, even though he looks, again, very yellow in the picture. This will give the overall impression of Arcanine, whereas on the other one you would have just noticed that the colours were really odd. Oh, Night Craig and NC, thank you for hanging out till 3 AM. Sleep well. Look at me blinking my whole eye and not just the pupil. Yeah, well, I mean, there are people present. Okay, cool. So that's 12 around. Now we just build up a little foot. Just finished the first shrimp in the shrimp rainbow you're making for Pride Month. Oh, lovely! Time to give your hands a crochet break. So, I've not... Is a shrimp rainbow like just like a fun way to like celebrate, or does it have like an inherent meaning? I've not heard of a shrimp rainbow before, but I'm interested. Next Soul Silver video when? Love the series. Been trying to get to film it for like the last 3 weeks. So I've downsized my ambitions for this week, and we're going to do a pattern video of some kind instead. There'll be Soul Silver this month for sure. 100%. Putting it out there. It's honestly the next thing I want to film. So I'll film this week's video and then I'll be filming the gameplay for that Soul Silver video. Because I very strongly believe it has to still have at least one Gen 1 Pokemon in the next like block of episodes. And we're running out of Gen 1 Pokemon, so statistically the chances of them cropping up is becoming smaller and smaller. I mean, it's all good. It'll, like, in the long run, it's all just adding up to the rest of the Pokédex. Because the Crochetdex isn't just Gen 1, it's just Gen 1 has been our main focus for a while now. But realistically, if I just sat down and made a Pokemon every day, it's like less than a year to make all of Gen 1. It's like half a year. It's like 5 months, but I don't have time to sit down and make one every day, and I certainly don't have time to sit down and I wouldn't be able to do them all on stream if I did them that way. So, yeah. What? Eyeball. Ball with eyes. Forbidden Mentos. Nobody snack on the weights, please. They are not snacks. Has Darcy returned yet? I'm a little bit nervous for her. Cool, now we close off foot. Right? Yes. Here we go. One, two, three. Yeah, because I've got a real push this year that somehow turned into like finishing off some of the really big long projects that have kind of gone on for a while. Like, I mean, I finally got the tapestry done. It's there behind me. So that was a good one to finish off. Soul Silver is another arc I kind of want to wrap up, and the Gen 1 Pokemon is another one I want to wrap up. Not because I'm like freeing time for anything in particular, but just because I want to have a little bit more flexibility to start more monstrosities. Yeah, I want to have more time to do other monstrosities, monstrous sized projects. So it'd be good to get some of those ones wrapped up and get some new ones cooking. The shrimp rainbow is crochet shrimp in the colours of the rainbow pride flag and strung together to hang up. Every year you choose a silly thing to make a rainbow flag. See, I love that. Last year it was jellyfish. Oh, jellyfish would have been pretty. Shrimp is so funny. The year before that was origami cranes. very pretty. Dignified, that's sophisticated even. Even before that was socks, with socks embroidered on them. Either way, I love what's happening here. I saw a pyramid of, I don't know if it was as a specific Pride celebration, but somebody made like a pyramid of the not just red panda pattern, because I have like a red panda pattern that I made in a bunch of different colors one year. And I saw somebody in the Discord made like a bunch of them all in different colors and stacked them up in pyramid, and I love it. They look exactly like Mentos in person as well, which is why I have to keep them in a monster ball, an eyeball, because they do look exactly like Forbidden Snacks. Okay, so we'll just whip up a little trunk of a leg here. I would love another big project like the owl or the snout. Yeah, see, that's exactly the kind of stuff. Like, I would love to be doing more 100-hour projects, but in order for them to fit into a weekly release schedule, you need all of the other like mental clutter cleared away. So the tapestry was a big one. It's been like hanging over me for a long time. It's actually been hanging over me not even just the 6 months since I started it. It's been hanging over me since January last year. When I hit 100k, I actually have the plaque in the background at the moment too, just from when I was filming. I'm going to put that back in the china cabinet though, so I see it every day, because like I'm not necessarily in this room every day, but like I like to look at it. Yeah, you clear away the mental clutter, and then you have time to percolate on big ideas. And the fact that I haven't done a follow-up to the 100-hour owl is ridiculous to me, because that format is exactly what I want to be doing. I want to be doing more of that sort of thing. Like the little one that I bash out as quick as possible. I think an hour isn't really long enough, but maybe I'm better now. Who knows? Versus like a 10-hour one, which is more, honestly, that's even just like a step above. I need to work out my exact time splits, because I think 1 hour is too short. I think 10 hours is too long. Honestly, to make a pretty decent creature, you really only need like 2 or 3 hours, even from scratch. To make something cooler than that, maybe 5 or 6 hours, and then to make something really, really cool, you don't need 100 hours, but sometimes it's just really fun to just like forgive yourself, allocate that time, and just see how ridiculous you can make something. Yeah. And like, I really want to make a Beelzebufo. It's the dino frog. I don't know if that's a 100-hour project. That's the thing I keep getting caught on. It's just like, I have a few big ones that I would like to make, but to make it a 100-hour project, it needs to be something that can handle having a whole lot of texture added to it and a whole lot of layers added to it. And so like, anything that's going to have like smooth, rubbery skin is maybe not the thing. Yeah, 10 hours is already a pretty intense project. Like, most of the patterns I put out on the channel would be like, once created, would be like 2-3 hour projects max. Like, I try not to make them any longer than that, because that's just not where the market is. Oh cool, Darcy's back. I'm glad you're okay, Darcy. A day, a week, and a month? Maybe, but then like, you can get a lot done in a day, and what counts as, like, I don't have time to work on something solidly for a month. I would love to have time to work on something solidly for a month, but I'm never that on top of my schedule to have a whole month free to work on something, which is why setting like more distinct time limits is better, because like, working on something across a month, you could work on it for just 3 days, but that's not really working on it for a month. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like, I overthink things. Surprise! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How long are your leggies, Sir Fluffington, Sir Fluffington? Are they about that long, sir? I think that they are maybe a little bit longer. 2, 5, and 10, maybe. The downside to 2. Sorry, I'm not shooting down your ideas, but welcome to the thought process. Where like, it's just like I pitch and like, you know, like, welcome to the internal thought model. Like, maybe you're interested in the thought process. So like, yeah, I've thought about cutting it down to like a 2, 5, and a 10, but I don't think that sells the video as well. I think that 100 hours is something that people click on, and I think that 10 hours is something people don't. Particularly when it comes to crochet, I don't think 10 hours sounds like anything impressive, and I do have to consider. I don't try and like catch trends, anything. I was never very good at it, and I've kind of given up. But like, I do try to at least make my stuff appealing to people so that it will get clicks. And yeah. Because like, my channel is healthy, but for a channel of the size that it is, I'm talking complicated knots now, not complicated streams. But my viewership's actually really low for the amount of subs I have. I just can't quite seem to get the right mix going. And I think part of the problem is that I am a bunch of different stuff. Like, when I want to watch something every week, but I'm inconsistently getting either a pattern or a 15-minute video or sometimes an hour-long video, and it's a bunch of different stuff, I understand that like that kind of like thematic consistency is kind of my issue. But I just can't stop myself. I'm just going to constantly put out the stuff that I'm interested in making that week. And all you lovely people come back for it. And so like that's enough for me. But at the same time, if I'm going to put 100 hours or like a bunch of time into making a video, I'm going to do my best to make sure that I can at least package it properly. And in this case, it takes the form of 100 hours is catchy enough that people might click on it. So okay, so the too long didn't read version of the randos in Daiquiri's yard. Wait, do I call you Daiquiri still, or are you still Darcy for me? In recent weather, a tree branch fell on neighbour's carport. They got peeps there to chop up the branch and tree. The choppers came in our yard to assess if tree will come in here or not. Okay. That seems like a fairly reasonable... They were professional randos. Hi, Nat! It must be later in the day than I thought it was. Oh, Nat, you want to see something fun? This is Graveler. Oh, he's not doing it. Graveler refuses to stay on his head. He somersaults. Anyway. The affront on this doggo's face at the moment. It's like, excuse me. Excuse me. Okay, so that's the front leg resolved. What else can we knock out really fast that might make this look a little bit more done? I think it was first drawn to the channel with the Will It Crochet, Can I Crochet, and the 110, 100 hour videos. Yeah, that's the sort of stuff that I would just be making, just that stuff. I think. In a different world. But he just rolls around. Yeah, and like that's exactly it. The patterns aren't viewing content, they're tutorial content. So it kind of like, I haven't worked out how to, yeah, there's a bigger question at play there that I'm not sure how to answer yet. I know other people have solved it by just stopping doing that kind of content, but I don't know if I want to do that either. So I'm just continuing doing what I'm doing. Splitting these streams off has definitely helped though. Because like that was another very different kind of content also in the mix. I've explained before about the YouTube system not knowing how to recommend content that's that different. I can go into that again if y'all are interested, but I've ranted about it a couple of times now. It makes perfect sense in my opinion. Yeah, splitting this stuff off has been very good. It's been very good. It's allowed me to like mentally compartmentalize it as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And also, I would never want any of you, even out of a sense of loyalty, to watch something you weren't interested in. That actually doesn't help. Because like when it does help, but not in the long term. I get sad when a video doesn't get a lot of views, right? I do. I spend a lot of time on this stuff. But if I continue to make the sorts of videos that don't get a lot of views, but you guys watch them anyway because you feel like a very lovely and appreciated sense of loyalty, that doesn't actually help me get better, and it doesn't help me make the kind of content I need to be making. So yeah, watch what you're interested in when you're interested in it. If you feel up to it, leave me a comment. I always love to read them. I read way more than I respond to. I feel like responding to too many tends to like choke the conversation, and also sometimes people are just mean in the comment section, and so like if I respond to everybody but the mean ones, I feel like it looks like I'm letting them bully me when actually I just don't care. But I also don't allow myself to engage with the mean ones. So it's kind of a double-edged thing. Daiquiri, won't that set people on fire? Daiquiri, what are you doing? However, they just came through the gate at the side of the house and never at all did they come to the door and ask if they were allowed to come through. Yeah, okay, that's not good. That's not chill. Like, it's just like, dude, there's a fence. It's not a suggestion. I get fully not wanting to deal with people, but there are rules in society. And those rules say you knock on the door first, and if they don't answer, you make a safety-based decision. Yeah, and that's exactly it as well. People do better with the written patterns. Well, Nat, jokes are always funnier if you have to explain them. I firmly believe that. I've remembered why I was putting off crocheting this one row. It's got some nonsense going on. Ah, yes, the nonsense rows. We all must battle through them eventually. Alrighty, I'm making the back feet at the moment. I don't think I actually said that. I'm basing it heavily on the front foot. I'm making it the same up to like here-ish, and then I'm just going to make a nuggety little... Where's the drawing? I drew the thigh, I thought. I swear I drew a thigh. There it is. And then we're just gonna like nugget. Back paw. That's it. I have not written any of this down yet. Same as front for rows. 1, 2, probably at least 5. So you're in the way. Don't even get you started on the nonsense row. I made the hawk's head moth for your niece. That was some nonsense. I'm sorry. I try and stay away from colour changes now in general, if that helps. I know that I had the raccoon earlier this year, but I'm sorry, he deserved it. Those colour changes were justified. The rainbow dart frog, not only was that punitive, but I don't even like talking about it anymore because it's so associated with the negativity of just having it stolen over and over again. My goodness. So yeah, colour changes are just like, they are some nonsense that aren't always just like worth it. You like watching the tutorials. It's nice to see how the final product is achieved. It lets you plan. And when I make the pattern, it's like having the teacher with you. Oh, okay. No, that's what I mean. Like, I know that the videos perform like a really important function in the overall ecosystem. Plus, I like the fact that I can keep my stuff super readily available while also still being able to like afford to live based on like the structure I have. Like, it is not without its, like, it's got its pros and cons. Like, it is not without its valid points of criticism. But, it is the best way I have found where I can like make my patterns available to people while also making written versions available to people, but not making the written versions so accessible that it's too easy to steal stuff, while also like being able to afford to live, you know. Like, it's just like, it's a whole bunch of like ethical and moral and business type questions all overlapping one another, and it's a system that I can sleep easy on, you know. Like, I have a clear conscience about the system I have in place, which is why it's so hard to like look at it and be like, I'm not sure that these videos are necessarily helping the channel grow, hypothetically. It's just like, that was a hypothetical question. You think it was worth it in the end? Oh, that's good. I like to think that all of my nonsense is worth it in the end. Oh, night, Gianna Corey. Thank you for hanging out. Oh my goodness, you can't be Daiquiri Rose. I'll never recognize you anymore. Okay, that is nonsense. What's nonsense is having 4 different variations of picots in the same round, and I don't think I'm doing any of them properly. Well, all you have to do is make sure that you do your version of whatever that particular picot is supposed to be the same way every time that particular one comes up. Because then at least it'll look consistently wrong, which sometimes counts. I reckon that counts. Okay. This guy doesn't have a black tummy, does he? That's just the model I'm looking at. Someone help me out here. He's just orange, right? The H double crochet with a single crochet decrease. That sounds like... Okay, it's a little nonsensical, but it makes... Actually, that makes perfect sense to me. I try to avoid stuff like that because I think it confuses people in replication, but I can absolutely see how that would be necessary to create certain shapes. I'm sorry. I don't have your back on that one. No. I want to know that his tummy's black. It looks so orange everywhere else. That's so much everywhere. Why y'all being so mean to me? I'm whining about it now. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, to rows 1 to 8. I'm not doing anything about it right now. I'm just acknowledging the pain and moving forward. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 4. They have pink tongues? That's good to know. He's got a closed mouth, so I'm not going to have to worry about that so much. Like, I already did an open mouth on Graveler, and I try to limit myself to, like, 1 of those a week. But, yeah, black tummy. Daiquiri Rose, you are being very mean to my friend right now. So I suggest you cut that out. Oh, I was in the Discord. I'm scrolling down on the Discord. No, wait, hang on. The TV show is being inconsistent. Maybe it's is it a gender difference? Could I maybe be making a lady Arcanine? No, that's fine. First of all, I really appreciate the fact that you had the information available about the tongues. And I could see where the confusion came from. It's fine. I don't know, I just won't do it. Like, through all the fluff and everything else, you guys won't be able to see it anyway. Okay. Growing out the top of the thigh. Arcanina. Not to be confused with Arcanina, which is the puppies. I reckon the orange looks better too. I'm looking at 2 distinct photos, both from the anime. One looks like it's Gary's Arcanine, which might be like a specific, like I get that sometimes they're special. I'm pretty sure that's Gary. And the other one's just like random Arcanine, as far as I can tell. No gender differences, boo. Well, it does now. One of them has an orange tummy. That's what I'm saying. We'll see. I'll see if if I feel like it's going to be visible at all, I will do it. But otherwise, I'm absolutely fine with cutting a detail I don't think is going to be seen.
Confirmed Gary's Arcanine.
Yay! Someone who hasn't seen the anime, I sure know my stuff. Bulbapedia says black belly. Mutter Bulbapedia. No, that's good. You guys are being very helpful. I'm just being very obstinate. Yes, Gyarados has specific whiskers based on the gender of the Gyarados. So I have not yet decided. I'll check the Magikarp that we did and then decide if I want to do samesies or different. Arcanine is staring at us so directly. Calm down, puppy. Nope. Oh, hi. What's up?
I was looking at a pretty lady.
What if he rolls over and wants a belly rub? He shall not. All of the rolling is taken up already. We have our roller. That was a good one. There you go, buddy. Don't pat that dog. I once had to do DC, half DC decreases, and I wanted to walk into a river and become a trout. That is a very evocative description of your reaction to that stitch. Good to know. I'll make sure I put any fishy warnings if I use that kind of stitch in future. I haven't yet, but I might. What's been my all-time favourite video I've made? Ooh, I hate them all by the end. Don't get me wrong, the love returns, but by the time I'm hitting publish, I hate them. I feel like, okay, over time, I feel like I've like learned a lot, right? So there's like these certain keystone points where I watch a video and I'm just like, I think I've done a really good one. And it's completely separate from like the online metrics. Like the video where I made Marigold and released that, I was so proud of that video. These days, I don't think it probably even holds up to my, to watching it. I haven't watched it in a while though. I really liked the 100-hour owl video. I thought that was going to be an absolute banger. It chilled for a bit, and then I think it kind of, like, you know what, it never really kind of did what I thought it was going to do, but that's fine. Yeah, I like the ones where I have to like piece together a story and I'm not harassed about it, like, because I'm producing as I'm going, and that means it's like I have to keep constantly thinking, okay, move that camera, do this, that, and the other. There's been a few recently, but I can't quite remember which ones they were specifically. I just remember having one recently where I'm just like, this is great. I've got all of these angles. I'm telling an interesting story. I'm changing up the shots. It's good. I like this. And the edits are funny. Oh! There was like a cut zoom. It was one of the canvas ones, I think. I think it was one of the canvas ones that I really liked recently. Because like I'd lost something and I did this like punch in zoom on, because it was sitting in frame and I'd like gotten up to go look for it. So that one there I thought was really well done as well. You love the anglerfish light? That's cool. I'm a fan of the anglerfish light. That's how it earned its place. Oh my goodness, he looks quite monstery there right now, doesn't he? That's actually really scary. He doesn't normally look like that because he's not normally quite that dramatically shadowed. Yeah, yeah, sorry, I lost my train of thought. A double crochet decrease 4 together, which is then immediately followed by the half double crochet single crochet decrease. What are you making, Sith Assassin? This shaping is very specific to be like that kind of stitch level. I must know. The puppet was fun. I liked making the puppet as well, but I suffered through that process, I have to admit. To the point where I literally like quit on the puppet, cancelled the video for that week, and took Mr. Bones to an island. I wish I was exaggerating, but that's basically what happened. It's not quite the planning process, but like that's basically what happened.
From when Sith Assassin mentioned, there's 4 different types of bubble stitches all in a row. Picot stitches all in a row.
Yeah.
And you're like, what are you making? I've been waiting for the punchline to be, you're praying mantis.
That's not what it is.
No, but the little tiny one, because it's like the most complicated limbs you ever done.
Oh no, but that's like 3 double crochet clustery with a picot in the middle or something.
Yeah, like that nightmare stitches works beautifully.
Yeah.
That nightmare stitches.
Hey, I at least apologise for my stitches.
Yeah.
It's like, I know I'm making stuff up. So you guys keep encouraging me.
Graveler's name is Mr. Stones.
Yeah, his name's Mr. Stones. Mr. Stones and Mr. Bones.
He is thoroughly employed.
He was chosen by democracy, though I think Mr. Bones is well pleased with it. The zoom in on the owl in the Am I a Joke to You on the Mega Chunk vid when you said you hadn't made any big teal things before. Yeah. just like, it's funny because like I said, I'm producing, and by that I mean I'm like keeping track of what the camera shots and stuff are at the same time as like I don't really have a script and I'm just sort of filming and I'm just sort of making. And so like it's always really funny to me when I like find these like really natural funny things in the background of stuff afterwards, because they're never planned. I try to stop. I don't like anything becoming too like stiff. I think you can really tell when I've like over scripted or tried to over control the outcomes of things, and so it does make it does make the barrier to entry on filming a little bit hard sometimes, because like I'll go in with a general idea of what I want to do, but I can't think about it too much because otherwise I get like too stiff about it. Like I actually think that canvas video, the tapestry video I just did, the section at the end where I've just been to the hardware store and I'm trying to hang the tapestry, that I know I had 6 months to do the whole thing. That whole thing was filmed like Wednesday night at like 10 p.m. the day before the video was due out. So when I tell you that stuff was like ad-libbed and made up as we went, and I just sort of like turned the camera on and did what needed to be done, I'm not joking, but I actually think that it has a really fun energy to it, and I could use a lot of it. Then I started crying, and I was like, well, dang, now I have to use that too, don't I? It's like, why are we crying? Can we not right now? Can we calm down? Then we did. We calmed down and we carried on. The front foot of a Wendigo pattern. Ooh, okay. Seven, 8. $11, $12, $13, $14, $15, $16, $17. Jesus, jeepers. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah, I'm doing rows of 17 single crochet at the moment. That is revolting. I apologize. I'm abusing my powers if that is what I'm doing. Then we did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stitches. We'll do a little single crochet 3 together action. What are the stripes like on these back legs? Okay, it's pretty seamless, so I should actually leave this open. That's cool. This will be the last row of this leg then. I could finish it off into a full-on rounded haunch, but with the way that you can see the stripes here on the booty, how they kind of like, some of them start on the back and curve down the leg, means that I need to have a more seamless join with the leg rather than having it be like a distinctive haunchy thing. So this may not be perfect, but I think it'll get the job done, and it means that I should be able to line it up with these rows actually, which is kind of convenient. Stitch it down nice and flat. Down here. He's a little chunkier than I would have liked, but it'll work. We can make this work for us. Off. Cool. Alright, and we sneap. Sneap. Yeah. No, I fully understand why people use scripts as well. If there is specific information you need to convey, you need a script. When I'm doing voiceover, like, you can't see me talking, and I'm not during pattern videos, I just wing those. As I'm just talking about the pattern I'm making as we go, and so we just talk about the pattern as we go. But like, I'm thinking about like with the Soul Silver videos, when I'm just talking about like how I'm making the Pokemon that's on the screen, I'm just like, okay, so I made a couple of legs and I made this, that, and that. That tends to be scripted, and I think you can tell. But I like the contrast of the very scripted language with the very informal nature of the gameplay voice. So they feel like two different characters in the video, and I like to play one off the other so it doesn't get too like boring. Anyway, so yeah. Scripts absolutely have their place, and I will dot point things sometimes. Like, even if it's just like with those canvas videos, I know that I need to talk about the process I'm doing. So I know that there'll be a section on sketching, and there'll be a section on, sometimes there's a section on picking yarn colors, and sometimes I just pick them. It depends on what kind of day I'm having. And sometimes I'll fill in the gaps in voiceover because I'm not feeling chatty, and sometimes I'll have a couple of dot points that I want to hit because I wanted to talk about a particular kind of flower, so I'll have the name of that flower written down so I can just be like, oh, hey, that flower, yeah, let's talk about that flower. Behold, from about to be petty and perhaps ruin everyone's day. How come my consuegra gets a Pokemon and I don't? Are you referring to Daiquiri? Is that what's happening? Don't you have Caterpickle already? It's the I know, but like that sounds like friend or possibly like sister? Spanish, I'm guessing. Feels Spanish. Yeah, we have legs, we have paws. He's missing ears and fluffy bits and a tail. He's missing so many parts, and we are at almost 5 hours. We either need to move along, or I need to make a decision. I'm gonna make you guys make a decision. Am I gonna let you guys make a decision, or do I want to make a decision?
What's this one?
If we're gonna try and get a third one done. No, because you'll pick number 2 and I don't want to do number 2. Never mind, we're gonna keep on going. Because I stream, you can always tell when I script. Yeah, I know there's a difference between me scripted and me not. With videos, sometimes I come across as scripted just because I've overthought it too much. There is very rarely an actual script. But I also, I get it. There's a very big difference between like stream of consciousness and, oh no, I'm trying to communicate something specific. Hi.
Consuegra is a suburb in Spain. I believe it's in regards to Pokemon Go.
Oh, I thought it was maybe like my neighbour.
Not sure.
Like, you know, so it's like a term of affection.
I do not understand.
Yeah, no, here we go. We are mothers of a different members of a couple. It's Spanish. Hey, cool, I picked it as Spanish. Yeah, but like it definitely felt like a term of endearment. I understood enough to know that. Who is that going on top of?
I was thinking of Graveler.
You want to put a little helmet on the Graveler?
There's a little helmet on the Graveler.
Okay, it's a bottle cap,
Keep
but
him safe when he's in construction work.
he looks like a little bellhop.
Oh yes, 100%.
May I take your bags?
Oh, he'd be good for carrying bags.
Oh yeah, so chunky, so many hands for
He
bags.
just grabs all your bags and then rolls.
He's the official wheelie suitcase. He wants to pat that dog. Okay, you guys are overreacting. We all know you were going to pick number 2, and I don't want to do number 2 right now. So we're gonna Mr. Stones is making me have cute aggression. Yeah, same though. Where is Caterpickle right now? Is he squiggled off somewhere? Have I shoved him in a corner? I wouldn't have done that. That's not the way you treat a nice little caterpillar. You can see Haunter up there, but I don't know where Caterpickle's gone. Caterpickle's here. He's safe and happy and fine, I'm sure. Because, like... Yeah. Caterpickle wants you to know that he's fine. I totally know where he is. He's thriving, living his best life. Don't put number 5 in the vote. Don't put number 2 in the vote. You just want to pinch his rocky cheeks? Yeah, well, he's going to have little craters as well. Oh, there goes his helmet. He's going to have little craters on him, so he's like nice and lumpy and bumpy. He's got his little arms. He's going to have his little feet. And he's going to have his ability to roll his way out of his problems. Just somersault away. Yep. Come back. Graveler escaped. Ow, and he's full of pins. And I grabbed him with my foot. Come here. Mischief. Utter mischief. Alright, I'm going to make the tail. We're going to work on the tail while I work out what I want to do. Because we are approaching the end of the stream. We're not quite there yet, but we are approaching it. I feel like it would do a disservice to whatever Pokemon got picked next if we did embark upon another. Sounds like me rolling away from my problems then falling off of a table. Do you then stab the people who come after you? Because that's what Graveler just did. Oh, no, we haven't actually named him yet. No, we're not quite done. But like, he hasn't abandoned you. He's just off on an adventure. A non-specific adventure for an indeterminate amount of time. He'll be here somewhere. It's fine. He's probably shoved behind the sewing machine or something. Things got very chaotic in here. And I didn't quite get the chance to clean up properly. Yeah, Zapdos also makes me think of shoes. Zapatos. If it was legal, I would. Spoken like a true daiquiri. It's winter now, he's hibernating. Well, I'm worried that we're going to just end up with 2 Metapod. Frankly, I'm worried that we're going to end up with 2 Metapod. I'm just like, cool, then I'm just going to have to be stuck in an endless cycle of making Caterpie. Okay, making a nice fluffy tail. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Boom, boom. Embark is a fun name. I think we're still taking name suggestions. I would have to refer to Mr. Bones on that one though. He has extra ultra power of veto today. Veto today. Because these are his picks. Because it is his birthday stream. It's not his birthday. It's like we're in his birthday chunk. For security reasons, I'm not revealing his actual birthday. But his birthday is sometime in a week radius of today. So he got to pick, and it means that he gets to be a little bit more controlling about the names. Do I think he would Megapod? No, I think he's a very polite little cow pickle. I think he would median pod. Bark. We could call him Mbork. 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 15, 17. Because honestly, this is the face of one who buffs. Just like, buff. Oh, okay. Well, welcome back, Devil in the Details. I am sorry that your neighbours are knobs. You are now making me want to eat bark. Don't eat bark. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Cool. We're at 18. Is that enough tail for your butt? I think it is. He's cute. He's just a little cute pie. He's looking straight at you. He's having a good time. We're paying no attention to the one over here that we've peeled. Oh, current name list. Kindle, Flufffire, Mr. Turbeans, Goodest Boy, Daiquiri, and Embark. Alrighty, so that is too many names. I can only put 4 in the poll, so we need to remove 2 of those names. So you'll better start fighting over it. either fight over them, or... Yeah, we peeled him. See, look, he's peeled. It's a peeled Arcanine. It approximates to this. This is also a peeled Arcanine, technically, but we intend to, like, redress him. Yeah, but he can't be Lord Thiefington. We already have a Lord Thiefington.
I was just saying, like, I read this back.
He kind of is wearing a balaclava. Because like if you just look at the breakdown of the picture of him, it's just he has fluffy cheeks and fluffy wig, as well as fluffy beard, and so like, or bib. So like those pieces will go over the top of this. It's just a base. I like Goodest Boy. I can live without Flufffire. I didn't really understand. I sort of missed where that one came from. I like Goodest Boy. Okay, yeah. Daiquiri, you are correct. My picture does look a little bit like Goofy. Hold on. There. Tiny tongue. Goodest Boy is going to rob a bank. Maybe Goodest Boy is just chilly. Oh, okay. Alright, I understand removing Goodest Boy because we do have our boy already. Lechonk is our boy. And that's true. Goodest Boy is a title, not a name. You have convinced me. Hi, Clary. You have missed the somersaulting Graveler. He keeps somersaulting behind the picture. There he goes. And we're working on Arcanine. Happy time zone to you, Sam. No, definitely robbing a bank. Cost of living. I'm guessing cossy living. Yeah. Goes into bank with balaclava. Hands cashier a note. Call me the Goodest Boy. And then leaves with that explanation. Something's going on. What did we name Growlithe? That is a good question. That is a pertinent and relevant question. Look at you guys go. His name is Bernard. Growlithe's name is Bernard. I love that. I loved that then and I love that now. He's little Bernard. Cozy living. Right, yeah, fair. No, it made sense to me, but I kind of translated it into a more universal tone. But then I didn't want to like take what you'd said and change the meaning of it, so I explained what I'd said. So yeah, that is the sequence of things that happened in the order that they happened. Goodest Boy is title, not name. Flufffire is a bit of a mouthful. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I just keep looking at it, not being sure how to pronounce it. Because it's not quite fluffy and it's not quite fluffier. Alright, I'm going to put some decreases in. They're going to be sneaky little decreases that I'm not going to tell you guys about. They'll go in the notes, don't worry. I'm not evil. Mostly. But you're going to sneak some little decreases in that I'm not going to tell you about. 3 and 4. That's cool. Y'all just keep up the name negotiations. I'm just going to keep doing my thing over here. So that we will get the assignment done. To be fair, Australia's pretty good at that too. Like, chuck O on the end of most words, and you've got it. With the arvo and the whatnot. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, I'm counting and trying to chat at the same time. Sometimes it's not easy. Oh, happy birthday, Sam! You fall within the week's birthdays. That's good. That's good. Yeah, McDonald's is Macca's. And cozies are like a swimming costume. Also known as swimmers. We call them bathers as well. It depends. There's so much Australia between the places that have people that the various groups of people call a lot of stuff different things. So, like, it's the difference between a potato cake and a potato scallop, or a cosy, or swimmers, or bathers. Thongs and flip-flops, like, maybe thongs is an all of Australia thing, and that's what we have, that we argue with you guys about. Yeah, mozzies. Surely everyone calls them mozzies. Yeah, like apples and pears is up and down stairs, or down the stairs. The Cockney rhyming slang is a thing of beauty. It is crafted. You forget, we're just Britain's offshore prison over here. Like, some of the same traits that led you guys to have ridiculous slang kind of live in our veins. Kind of thieves' cant in the D&D world. What do you mean thongs is the worst? Flip-flops is stupid. We're all the ones who got caught? Maybe. Okay. Making a tail. Gotta be fluffy. Fluffiest tail for the fluffiest puppy. Don't want it to look stupid though, so I'm gonna have to try it on a couple of times. Right. I think now we just go around and around with it. Flippity floppity. Yeah, basically. I'm sorry, what? Ah, okay, there we go. Sorry, Kitticus Rex, I read that and I'm just like, I can't say that. It's so hot my thongs melted to the pavement. It's a surprisingly common statement that gets wild reactions from the rest of the world. Yeah. Shazza and Dazza going to the Bottle O and Servo, getting ciggies and doing a Macca's run. Yeah, that's perfect English. I don't understand the problem. Happy time zone, Mark. You've arrived at an interesting part of the stream. Where I'm defending the honour of thongs, frankly. Though Kitticus Rex wants to do something very strange with them. You think you've heard thongs used in the Australian sense where you live? Good. Good. It should take over. I will say that I think that we all get a little bit silly around, like, I mean, I complain sometimes about the lack of standardization of stitch names and stitch note and pattern notation, but then all I have to do is look at the US, the UK, and Australia all trying to work out what to call potato byproducts. Chips versus crisps versus fries. That, yeah, we kind of whiffed that one. It's almost as bad as like candy and lollies and sweets. Again, we all just sort of rotated the meaning one to the left. Somehow I don't think a bread clip will help with the... Bread clips are okay. Bread clips are an S-tier solution to a broken thong. Mr. Bones helping. We call them chips and chips. I've adopted crisps, I have to say. I've adopted crisps for the crisps. It's because it's fun to say, though. Flip-flops with thongs long before thongs went the undergarment route. Crisps because they're crispy and fries are skinny chips. One thing I don't get is people calling tissues Kleenex. Surely tissues existed before the brand. I think the brand popularized them. Because it's a paper byproduct. Because there was hankies. And then, like, the disposable tissue became a thing. Vacuums, hoovers. Yes. It's another... Well, I mean, it's kind of an adjacent example. I think we're getting more confused between, like, brand versus generic item. It's like referring to all cars as Toyotas. And it's like, no. Okay, devil in the details, quick. Go fall asleep before they start any more nonsense. At least if you're asleep, you might stay asleep if they start again. Yeah, jacuzzi for hot tub, exactly. Or a sea-doo for one of those, like, water motorbike things. We're in alliance with the chips and chips. As it should be. I'm sorry, New Zealand is part of Australia, / Australia is part of New Zealand. Like, we're one lump. We should just accept it and just be a lump together. We claim all your best stuff. I don't think you claim all of our best stuff, but that might just be because you guys have all the best stuff. But, like, we claim all your best stuff. So we should be friends. Oh, hi Bemis Crochet. We got each other's backs with the chips and chips thing. So tell me, in New Zealand, what are you calling the swimmers, the bathers, the I know them as bathers, but I also know that the cozies. What does the rest of the world call them? We're cousins. Yeah, we're friends. We're the kind of friends where it's like, it wouldn't be weird if you, like, walked into the house unannounced. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, first of all, don't ever do that. But, like, you gotta warn the introverts, we have to know you're coming. But, like, hypothetically here, it's like that kind of level of relationship. Whereas if America walked into our house unannounced, we're gonna get a little bit, like, twitchy about it. You know, it's just like, okay, I thought we were just acquaintances. I don't know you like that. Togs. Okay, Togs is great. Yeah, sure, Darcy, I'll send you a picture after the stream. It's fine. It's not as good as you think it is. It's just the camera's adding something to it. Swimming costume. It's like the English with the Scottish. If it's good, it is British. If it's not, it's Scottish. Costume. Trunks. Oh, I've seen trunks, and I've actually heard togs as well. I just forgot about it. It's delightful. Am I making your tail too small, or am I nailing this? It's kind of hard to tell. I think I'm going to continue, and we're just going to see. Have I written this down? Please say I have. Don't move the stitch marker, okay? This is important. The stitch marker has to stay where it is. I'm sorry, jandals? Americans say swimsuits. Okay, well that's very posh. It's very posh of you. Swimsuits or bathing suit. Yeah, that's where bathers come from. So cozy is short for swimming costume, swimmers is short for swimming costume, and bathers is short for bathing costume. Or bathing suit. Oh yeah, and budgie smugglers is a thing. Interesting. Okay. It's funny because, like, we all think we're speaking the same language, but it actually turns out that most of the time we are not. I can't handle jandal. Jandal is a new one to me. Like, all these others are, like, at least familiar enough. I'm just like, yeah, I think I've heard that. But, like, jandal? Daiquiri, you should change your name back to Darcy. Like, unless daiquiri feels better to you, in which case, by all means, keep it. But yeah, language is fluid. It's just changing all the time. Perhaps the more often that people swim in clothing, the shorter their word for the swimming clothing is. Maybe. The Americans in my networks think cutlery sounds more posh than silverware. No, cutlery is way less posh. Cutlery is fun to say. Silverware. Yeah, silverware you have to sniff at the end. It adds a lot of extra effort. There's nothing wrong with jandal. I've just never heard of it before. I thought a Japanese sandal was like a getter. Anyway, swim trunks, bikinis, swimwear, swimsuits. Yeah, bikinis and tankinis and that sort of thing makes sense to me. Makes sense to me. But it's like to the point now where like when I go to mention something like bathers, I find myself like going like cozies, bathers, like, you know, like I mentioned like a bunch of them with like the slash in the middle just in case. Like, okay, sweaters and jumpers are another good one. Cardigans, pullovers, hoodies, right? There's a lot of different names all for the same kind of thing. Like this one here is a cardigan, it buttons down the front. Or it's a sweater, it buttons down the front. It's not really a heavy enough knit for me to think of it as a cardigan. So I think of it more of as a sweater, it buttons down the front. Whereas like a hoodie is any of them with a hood. And it tends to be a fleece fabric. Also can be likely a pullover, but often has a zip down the front as well. Sorry, you're talking about silverware, and now all I'm thinking about is ware silver, and it's like the fork that hunts your cutlery drawer and bites the unsuspecting non-silver cutlery, and then on a full moon they all turn into little silver beasts. It's the ware silver. Hi.
One of the weird ones is we call these jumpers.
Yeah.
We call these sweater paws.
There's a sweater paws, yeah.
But we don't call these sweaters.
No, it's a jumper with sweater paws.
Hmm.
You're very cute little sweater paws. It's a trolley. When you go to the grocery store, do you call it a cart or a buggy? Neither. It's a trolley. It's wild that you think that's the sound that ware silver would make. Like, can you imagine the little fork going, ooh? Jumper, sweater, pullover are the same. Cardigans need to be fastened down the front. Okay. No, sweater needs to be fastened down the front. You don't grab a shopping cart. You grab a trolley. Cool. Everybody's voting the same here. Shing shing. Ooh, shing shing. You just hear like the soft tinkle of metal, and that's how you know you're in danger. It's not a sweet potato, it's a kumara. Yeah. Aren't they the same thing as yams as well? Got any yam people in the chat who could help clear that up? Or am I just confused? Oh, I almost took the stitch marker out. You're supposed to be watching me. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One more stitch and it'll be 10. It's a very long tail. It's gonna get brushed up to a nice fluffiness too. Where am I? I'm over here. It is 7 single crochet times 1, 2, 3. Wait, is it only 7? Can I count? That's not 7, that's 14. No, it's not. It's 16. Come on, brain. 16 single crochet times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 6, 7, 14. Yeah, cool. Why have I... What? Come on. Sorry, I'm not having the best luck in accurately writing down the numbers right now. Okay, cool. So yams are sweet potato. Okay. In at least your Aboriginal culture. Fair enough. Yeah, because like I always thought they were the same kind of thing. But I also feel like it might be weird. You love only catching the weird part of the stream live. We do a lot of work to get here, in our defense. Hello, Goose. I will say American crochet terms make more sense as it practically tells you how many yarn overs you need to do. Yeah, I think the UK ones are based on how many pull-throughs you do as well. So there is an inherent logic to both. It's just, it would be great if we could just agree on a system. Yams and sweet potato are quite different plant families. Okay. That's good. Like it's one of those things where like I feel like they're the same, but I also feel like I'm wrong about that, if that makes any sense. Yeah, I don't think we're being overly weird. I think we're very like enthused about a subject, but I don't think we're being super weird. That said, I have been rambling on about yams for the last 2 minutes, so what do I know? That doesn't seem like normal behavior. This is domesticated microwave all over again? Is that how you will Is that how you kill a werefork? No, that's that's how you destroy a kitchen. Do not put your wereforks in the microwave, domesticated or feral. Like, it does not matter the status of the microwave, the fork does not go near it. And we're back to the number one rule of stream, which is, everybody, you don't put anything in anything else. Nothing gets inserted anywhere. At all. Get rid of UK version of crochet terms. Well, the UK might have a problem with that. Like, the UK is valid. They're our friends. We don't go around invalidating our friends. My goodness, so you have a lot of tail. Thought we were talking about what noise a werefolk makes, not how to kill it. Well, it started in column A, and we slowly drifted into column B. I wish you'd... Coletti spaghetti. The official position is keep all things external. Thank you. Happy time zone pickling. You're in the UK, get rid. Okay, you know what? Your opinion is a little more valid now if you're referring to your own crochet terms. You have a collection of screenshots of Caterpickle and Hydrini being inserted into... I'm sorry, what? For context, Caterpickle and Hydrini are a Caterpie and a Dratini toy, and Belladonna is a pitcher plant, which is a total natural predator to be eating caterpillars. I'm just saying. We should do away with crochet terms and just use symbols. Makes them harder to type. If you go to the store to buy yams in a can, they're always sweet potatoes. We eat a lot of sweet potato. We like our sweet potato. We roast it though. Roasted sweet potato with chicken and rice, and it's yummy. Werefolk sounds like it's scraping. Oh, no, not that sound. That's a bad sound. I agree that both sets of crochet terms have an internal logic to them. I do. It's just rough if you're not aware of which one you're supposed to be using. But even then, I don't think it makes a huge difference at a certain point. If I notice a pattern seems to be using a lot of half double crochet, I'll just check to make sure that we're talking the same language. When you see a werefolk, you're all like, silver, where? Ah. Where silver? There silver. All the way over there silver. Had the Americans not reinvented crochet terms, we'd be fine. UK crochet terms are the oldest. It went to America during the War of Independence, so the USA changed the terms. I feel like there's a joke in there, but I'm going to stay away from it. Oh no, Sammy, that's horrible. Wait, what's horrible? I'm just reading a comment now. Oh, the scraping against a plate. Oh, I hate that noise. We recently bought some new plates. Because some of ours are worn out and broken. That's why you buy plates. But I specifically got some that had like our previous ones had been like matte, and so like they made an awful scraping sound whenever the cutlery hit them, and so like I specifically got some with like shiny glaze on them so that they don't make that sound. And I am pleased with my decision making. CK, are we making a third? Probably not. We're 5.5 hours in. Do I store a werefolk with other... Well, you don't... The thing about werefolks is you don't know that they're a werefolk. Or they, like, sneak in during the full moon. It's kind of like how, like, you know how... If you work in an office, sometimes your cutlery goes missing. That's how you know that you've got a werefolk. Or if you're somebody who nicks cutlery from an office, be careful. Because, like, the werefolks are bad, but they're nothing on the were knives. The spoons! No, the spoons don't wear. The spoons are prey. I didn't learn US terms on purpose when it came to crochet. I just learned what was in front of me, and I guess it happened to be US terms. This could have ended very differently, this whole thing. Spoon fingers? Salad fingers. Alright, think that's enough tail. Keeping in mind it will be brushed and fluffy. Do I want to do some little like picot type detailing? Yeah, probably. Potentially will make breaking. I should count how many rows I just did. 1, 2, 3, 4 more rows. That's many rows. And then we'll do 7 single crochet. And then we'll do a picot and a single crochet across the top. Times 6. And then we'll slip stitch. And then we'll picot and slip stitch because we're feeling really fancy. Okay, cool. Here we go. We're finishing off the tail piece. Now see, the wear forks are what happens when the wear forks get to the spoons. Yep. In case anyone was wondering, we have reached it. This is definitely the weird part. Okay, and we're making a ragged little edge for a tail. Have to decide if it needs more stuffing, but honestly I'll probably sew it shut later, so it doesn't really matter. Oh, I should do the name vote soon. Well, we're gonna be wrapping this up. He's missing his wig and his bib and his ears, but honestly he's got most of his pieces even if he doesn't really look it yet. He's one of those ones where, like, it's kind of like Blastoise. Blastoise looked goofy. Looked straight up goofy when we finished, but I was like, no guys, you gotta trust the focus, trust the process. It's gonna come together in the editing. And I was correct. It did. This is another one where, like, he's not gonna look anything like this when he's done. He'll look good. That said, he's got like 10 hours of work left in him. So he'll be done when he's done. Still, it'll be nice to tick this one off because it's one of those ones that's been like looming for such a long time. In fact, I might make it a point to start ticking off the ones that have been looming so I can like chill as we head into the final 21 Pokemon remaining, because that's all we have left, just the 21. Go. So it's got just like a little frilly edge to it. So this will all be brushed up and fluffy. I'll probably stuff it a little bit more. It looks questionable, so we're just going to keep it folded for now. Sorry, when you're working with a bunch of tubes, eventually they're going to look like tubes. And that's going to go right there. But with a bit more style. He's going to have stripes all over him. He's probably going to have a black tummy because you know me, I try and do the things. But he's looking good, if still a little affronted. We all know that Graveler is really the hero of today. He's so good. I'm gonna really enjoy making the rest of your pieces, sir. You're a very charming little presence. Alrighty, so we should do a name vote, shouldn't we? Let's start a poll. I don't think Mr. Bones is available right now, so I'm gonna scroll up and see what the names turned out as. And we're scrolling. And he's back. Hello. We're going to get a name list shortly. In the meantime, I might make another one of the legs. It's like anything I can get done is something else that's gotten done. Hydrate or dihydrate during the weird part of the stream. Thank you. There we go. The name list is Kindle Surprise, Mr. Torbins. Okay, Daiquiri, are we sure? I suppose it's not Darcy and the name's actually Darcy, so that's fine. I'll adjust. I will adjust and embark, because that was a great name. There we go. Name that puppy. Ooh, it's always fun watching the poll like find its feet as it like flashes backwards and forwards rapidly, and then one takes over and then slowly drops as others start collecting votes. Like Embark was off to a big start and now it's like slowly drifting downwards. Can I pet that dog? Yeah, Graveler. Graveler is all about petting that dog. He's got 4 hands and they're all designed for the petting. Right, I'm just going to whip up the other front leg and then we'll close off the vote and I'll show you who the other options were. So we're like, we've started our descent into the end of the stream now. Everybody could just make sure that if they have all of their possessions, please return your tray to the upright position in front of you. We'll be beginning. The temperature of the day is 21 degrees and sunny, and we'll be arriving at 4:22 p.m. local time. Where did daiquiri come from? It was a typo. I can't remember if it was Mr. Bones trying to type. I think it was Mr. Bones trying to type out the word Darcy, and of course Darcy took it and ran with it, like the gremlin that she is. And so now it's kind of stuck. Okay, I'm sorry. Like Daiquiri Rose, I'm going to call you Daiquiri Rose while that's your name on screen. But I have to ask, I'm having a really strange moment. Has your surname always been in your username? Because like, from memory, you've always been like Darcy Rose and then something, but my brain is not providing any details at all. And I'm now, with the whole change to Daiquiri, I'm vividly aware of the Den Hartog. Has it always been there, or did you add that in at the same time? I say gremlin with love, for the record. Gremlin is a good thing. We love us some gremlins. Harris. That's what I thought. Okay, yeah, no, Harris feels right to me. I thought I was going crazy. Good morning to Portugal. Happy time zone to you too. Excellent. I'm glad that you're all jumping in now because I thought I was going a little bit nuts. I was like, no, that has not always been in there. So it used to be Harris, but you're slowly changing your surname to Denartog because that's Mitch's last name. Right. Yeah, I assumed it was something like that, but then I was also just like, wait, has it always been there? Have I just like edited it out of every interaction? What is going on? But I now have my answer. Thank you very much for explaining. Stitching, and we have a name. It has been chosen. So Growlithe is Bernard, and it looks like Arcanine is going to be Embark, which is actually very delightful, and I approve of your choices. Go, that's 2. Let's close that name vote off and poll. And it's officially Embark with 46% of the vote. Mr. Tobeans came in second at 20%, then Kindle at 18%, and Daiquiri at just 14%. So thank you to everybody who voted. We have now named that dog. Now, this does bring us to 86% of the way through Gen 1, but 19% of the way through all Pokemon. Our most common type is still water with 17.2% representation, then poison at 15.7%, and then it's normal, flying, then grass. And then comes fire, so. Well, fire and ground are kind of tied at the moment, so. Let's embark on a crochet adventure. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. So, yeah, you know what? Let's just wrap it up. Let's just do the thing. So, let us do the reveals. Now, let's be honest. You all know you were going to pick number 2. Okay? You were. It was gonna happen. This is the fate I was trying to... Oh, I nearly erased Raichu for a second there. This is the fate I saved us from. This would have been fine earlier on in the stream, or instead of Arcanine, but we're not doing it on top of Arcanine. So let's just... Rottnest is a beautiful island, and it's named that because the quokkas have naked tails, and so the Dutch who landed there thought that they looked like rats, but actually they're the most adorable, wonderful creature ever. So, no, people really love that island. It's just also called Ratnest. Because of the silly Dutch. Who made a perfectly understandable confusion moment. The Raichu is just because I was comparing the oranges for people. He's not actually part of today. Goodbye, Raichu. Alright, and then the two purples that were abandoned and neglected were Venomoth and Grimer. Who will eventually get done, if I keep showing them often enough. Yeah, there are two Arcanines. They're forming a pack. Uh-oh, the territorial. We've got to get down. Down, boy, down. Oh no, I'm never finding that now. Dang it, I've dragged it off screen. It's never coming back. Okay, I'll deal with that later. But in the meantime, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for hanging out. I know we didn't get fully finished. I'll show Blastoise on the screen again. It's gone now. Sorry? Well, I can try Control Z. Haha! Okay, cool. This is just for anyone who might have missed it at the start of stream. That's how Aramis turned out. A little Aramis spritz. And there is our little strudel bun. I did it. It worked. It worked. And so, like, they're both very worried. They're worried buddies together. This is his emotional support strudel. So cute. They turn out so cute. Anyway, I'm done showing them off. They're good. Next week I should have the finished Starmie, Pinsir, and Primeape ready to show you. I've sort of explained that I'm on about a 1 week delay at the moment. I think we're all good with that. You guys are being very understanding about it. But he's so cute. He's so cute. He's adorable. He's the sweetest little bun. And like I said, he has his little emotional support bun, who is just as worried, but in front of him instead. We all need emotional support strudel. Anyway, we're wrapping this up. So they were from 2 weeks ago. These guys here will be finished and up on Patreon, not next week, but the week after is the goal. If I ever end up with extra time, I'll get them done, but I want to like set a reasonable expectation behind. But anyway, good night, everybody. Good day, everybody. Have a happy 1st of June, and I will see you all next week. Okay. Happy time zone.